Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfic guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Spider Deku Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a classroom, the teacher, All Might, introduced a discussion about an old vigilante known as the Punisher. He explained that this figure had died 2 years prior but had made a significant impact by eliminating numerous villains around the world, bringing peace to many nations. While some viewed him as a monster, others regarded him as a hero who instilled hope in many. One student, Denki, pointed out that the Punisher had indeed died, and All Might confirmed this, recounting his own encounters with the vigilante. The first meeting occurred after the Punisher had saved a woman and her daughter from a group of thugs. He had comforted them, assuring them that everything would be all right. The second encounter was after he had dealt with an abusive stepfather, ensuring that the children involved were safe and happy before they returned home. Although All Might acknowledged the lives the Punisher had saved, he did not agree with his methods. Ida chimed in, asserting that the Punisher should not be considered a hero. All Might responded that those saved by the Punisher viewed him as a hero for giving them a second chance at life. Izuku, another student, expressed curiosity about the Punisher's sidekick, the Superior Spider-Man. All Might explained that some believed this sidekick was the Punisher's son, while others thought he was a boy the Punisher had rescued and raised. He recounted a time when the Superior Spider-Man had helped save a school bus full of children, playing with them while they waited for help to arrive, bringing joy to their faces. When asked about the fate of the Superior Spider-Man, All Might admitted he did not know, speculating that he might still be alive, waiting for the right moment. As the class PRD concluded, All Might informed the students that they would continue the discussion on Monday and wished them a fun weekend. He then requested a moment alone with Izuku. After the other students left, All Might informed Izuku that his mother had invited him for dinner. He conveyed that he had told her he would ask Izuku but cautioned against raising her hopes. Izuku expressed his reluctance to go home, explaining that it was too painful for him. All Might empathized with Izuku's situation, assuring him that he would not force him to do anything. He shared his own experiences of neglect and abuse, offering support and advice. He encouraged Izuku not to dwell on the past, emphasizing that forgiveness does not mean forgetting but rather signifies a chance for a new beginning. Izuku appreciated All Might's understanding and acknowledged that he struggled to call him Dad. All Might reassured him that he was willing to earn that title in time. After their conversation, Izuku left to head back to the dorms, contemplating his feelings about forgiveness and the pain of his past. As he walked, he received a call on a second phone hidden in his backpack. It was Miles, who informed him that they had found clues regarding a significant lead. Izuku quickly agreed to meet and decided not to bring Eri along, believing it was too dangerous for her. After ending the call, he felt a surge of determination, vowing to confront Kingpin. Upon returning to the dorms, Izuku ignored his classmates and was approached by his sister, Izumi. She brought up their mother's dinner invitation, suggesting it might be a good idea. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, told her to leave him alone, causing her to tremble in fear. The other students observed the tension, wondering about the family's dynamics but hesitating to intrude. Once in his room, Izuku placed his backpack down and uncovered a hidden compartment in the floor. He retrieved a case, inputting a code to reveal a red and black suit. As he began to change, a voice echoed in the room, reminding him that he could not escape his true nature. The silhouette warned him that no matter how he tried to hide behind different roles, he would always be seen as a monster. Determined, Izuku grabbed his mask and affirmed that he was no longer that monster. He prepared for his mission, writing 2 notes, one for his desk and another for a stuffed animal he had kept. He reflected on his time at UA, acknowledging that it had been enjoyable while it lasted. With a final glance at his room, he opened a portal, stepping through with a sense of purpose, ready to ensure that Kingpin would pay for his actions. As he removed his mask, Izuku was enveloped in a warm embrace from 4 familiar faces: Gwen, MJ, Rogue, and Felicia. They expressed their concern for him, especially after his recent confrontation with Overhaul. MJ playfully reminded him of his aspirations to be a hero, while Rogue noted that his teacher had aptly dubbed him Problem Child. Felicia added that he was always surrounded by people willing to help. Izuku learned that Miles had crucial information but was currently on a mission. He resolved to wait for Miles's return, feeling a surge of determination as he clenched his fist, vowing not to let his target escape again. The girls expressed their worries about him using his powers, but Izuku felt he had no choice if he wanted to grow stronger. He mentioned that he had been sober for 4 months, crediting his daughter Eri for his change in lifestyle, even if he still missed certain vices. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1A enjoyed a leisurely Saturday breakfast, discussing their day. Ochako inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, and the others chimed in, recalling his anger from the previous night. They speculated about his strained relationships with certain classmates and family members. Just then, All Might entered the room, accompanied by Inko and Izumi, both wearing somber expressions. They were concerned about Izuku not joining them for dinner, and Inko expressed her longing to invite him to family therapy to begin healing their fractured relationship. Determined to find him, All Might led the way to Izuku's room. He knocked on the door, hoping to persuade Izuku to talk. Inko, anxious to reconnect with her son, urged him to let them in. Ignoring All Might's caution, she opened the door with her quirk, only to find the room empty. Izumi's heart sank as she cried out for her brother, prompting the others to rush to the 3rd floor to see what was wrong. The group gathered around Izumi and Inko, who were both distraught over Izuku's absence. Katsuki and Shoto expressed their concern, while Ida asked where Izuku could have gone. Momo, asserting her role as vice president, insisted on entering the room to search for clues. Inside, she discovered a note on the desk, which she initially intended to read aloud. However, Katsumi insisted on reading it herself, leading to a brief argument before they settled on Momo reading it. The note revealed that Izuku had left due to an emergency from his past and would be away for 1 to 2 weeks. He instructed Momo to keep everyone out of his room and mentioned leaving something for Eri to ease her worries about his absence. Ochako checked the bed and found a plushie of Stitch, Eri's favorite character, which brought a moment of lightness to the somber atmosphere. As they pondered how to contact Izuku, Ida noted that his phone was still in the room, raising questions about why he had left it behind. Mineta suggested searching for more clues, prompting Katsumi and Shoka to rummage through the room despite Ida's protests. All Might cautioned Inko against destroying Izuku's belongings, fearing it would only push him further away. Nevertheless, Inko was determined to find out where he had gone, convinced that he might be in danger. During the search, Shoka discovered a suitcase hidden under the bed. They quickly melted the lock and opened it to find a collection of CDs. Kyoka examined them closely and realized they were all songs created by Izuku. The group was astonished to learn that he had been making music, and Izumi felt a pang of guilt for not knowing about her brother's talent. Mineta speculated that the songs might provide insight into Izuku's recent whereabouts, noting that the dates on the CDs coincided with the times he had run away. Eager to understand him better, they decided to listen to the music, each hoping to uncover a glimpse of Izuku's thoughts and feelings through his art. The atmosphere shifted from despair to curiosity as they prepared to delve into the world Izuku had created, hoping to bridge the gap that had formed between them. Inko was filled with concern as she sought to learn more about her son, Izuku. The atmosphere was tense, and AM had just contacted Nizu to express their worries. They were alarmed that Izuku had left without informing anyone, especially given the tight security measures in place that had not triggered any alarms. AM was uncertain about the situation but mentioned that they had discovered some songs related to Izuku. They requested Nizu to inform the rest of the staff, the Big Three, Eri, and the heroes, in hopes that they could assist in locating him. Nizu agreed to help, and AM felt a pang of regret for the actions they had to take. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku was observing the conversation through a video camera. He was seated in a room marked with hickeys and lipstick stains when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. His girlfriends, dressed only in his shorts and panties, were watching the camera feed with him. Rogue pointed out that their songs had been discovered, and Gwen asked if he wanted them to know the truth about him. Izuku acknowledged that the truth would eventually come out. He contemplated what he should do next, deciding that he needed to find Eri and Koda and leave if they could not accept him. Felicia reassured him that they would not hate him, and Gwen echoed her sentiment. Izuku reflected on his powers, feeling cursed by the burden of all for one. He resolved to endure any hatred that might come his way if it meant protecting those he cared about. Meanwhile, in Tartarus, all for one was strapped to a breathing machine, sensing Izuku's turmoil. He laughed, anticipating that Izuku would finally embrace the power he had long sought. AFO believed that this corruption would lead Izuku to become his true successor, fulfilling his dream of reshaping the world. Back in the present, Izuku was sitting at the table as he watched his girlfriends prepare breakfast while he reviewed his bank statement. Felicia inquired about his activities, and he explained that he had recently received his pay from an investment. The girls were excited about their upcoming shopping trip with Eri, and Izuku acknowledged their plans. The door opened, and Miles entered, greeting Izuku with a warm hug. Izuku introduced his friends, Shuri and Kamala, who were also present. They exchanged pleasantries, and Kamala complimented Izuku on his improving Arabic skills. The group enjoyed their breakfast together, discussing their lives and the challenges they faced. As they ate, Izuku reflected on his past encounters with a rival, noting that he had missed opportunities to use his quirk to save others, particularly Sir Night-Eye. Rogue reminded him that Night-Eye had willingly accepted the risks of being a hero, and Gwen encouraged him to honor Night-Eye's sacrifice by ensuring Eri had a good life. After breakfast, they gathered in the living room where Shuri presented a hologram of a recent encounter Miles had witnessed while pursuing Electro. The hologram revealed a conversation between Sandman and Electro, discussing their plans to work separately to avoid drawing attention from their enemies. Izuku expressed his frustration at their foolishness, realizing that several powerful villains were involved in a plot against them. Miles explained that Kraven the Hunter, Sandman, Vulture, Electro, Dr. Octopus, and Mysterio were all connected through rings that would lead them to Kingpin. Shuri confirmed that the rings contained a chip that would reveal Kingpin's location when combined. Izuku understood that this was part of a larger scheme orchestrated by his father, who seemed determined to force him to use his quirk. Despite the challenges ahead, Izuku was resolute in his determination to confront any villain that stood in his way, knowing he had the support of his friends. Together, they prepared to face the trials that awaited them, united in their mission to protect those they loved. Izuku expressed gratitude to everyone around him, acknowledging their support. Shuri inquired about their next target, and Miles revealed that he had information about Kraven being at the Brooklyn Zoo, where he often spent his nights. Izuku agreed that it was a solid plan, and they decided to go after him that very night. Miles mentioned he needed to visit his mother before their mission, and Izuku asked him to send his regards to his aunt. As Miles departed with his girlfriend, Izuku's own girlfriend went to change clothes. Alone on the couch, Izuku found himself confronted by All for One, who referred to him as "my boy." Izuku rejected the title, asserting his independence. All for One taunted him, suggesting that he was finally ready to embrace his quirk and the darkness within. Izuku retorted that he would not succumb to his father's manipulations. He vowed to use his power for revenge and to rescue his cousin Tenko from All for One's influence. The villain warned him that the blood he would shed would transform him into a monster rather than a hero. After All for One vanished, Izuku reflected on the weight of his choices, acknowledging that he would do what was necessary, even if it meant staining his hands with blood. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed his girlfriends returning. In another scene, Class 1A arrived at the auditorium, where they found Class 1B, staff members, and various heroes gathered. Mitsuki confronted her son Katsuki about his behavior, expressing frustration over his recent actions. Katsuki's friend explained that he had returned home angry and had vanished again, leading to concern about Izuku's whereabouts. Enji and Rei discussed their family's history and the pain they had caused Izuku, who had saved their mother from a mental breakdown. Eri, a young girl, looked around for her father, and Ochako reassured her that he was attending to something important but would return soon. Eri clutched a stuffed toy that Izuku had left for her, bringing her comfort. Inko observed the scene, feeling a mix of happiness and sadness over her son having a daughter while grappling with her own regrets about motherhood. Nizu addressed the gathering, explaining that they were there because one of their students had left without notice. He mentioned that they would be listening to Izuku's music, which might provide insight into his past. Eri excitedly recognized her father's music, revealing that he sang to her at bedtime. Koda, another child, confirmed that he knew about it as well. As the discussion continued, it was revealed that Koda had called Izuku Dad during a school event, which had led to a newfound popularity among his classmates. The atmosphere lightened as they shared stories about Izuku's role. As a father figure, Nizu announced that they would randomly select names to choose songs from Izuku's collection. Yui Kodai was the first to pick, but her expression turned serious when she discovered a song accompanied by a troubling image of a young Izuku, bandaged and crying. Concern spread through the room as they realized the implications of the image, prompting Nijire and Mandalay to shield the younger children from seeing it. Nizu noted that Izuku appeared to be around 8 years old, and Inko and Izumi exchanged worried glances, questioning whether they had played a part in his suffering. As the song began to play, the audience watched a young Izuku sitting alone in a chair, holding a microphone, seemingly on the brink of sharing his story. The music filled the room, setting the stage for revelations about his past. As the night fell, Izuku found himself contemplating his existence, wondering if anyone would notice if he simply vanished. He felt a profound sense of despair, questioning whether anyone would care enough to chase after him or utter the comforting words he desperately needed to hear. In his mind, he envisioned Katsuki holding him tightly while Shoto relentlessly kicked him, each blow a reminder of his perceived worthlessness. Katsumi and Shoko were using their quirks on Izuku, treating him as a target for their cruel amusement while he cried out in pain. The thought of stepping off a ledge haunted him, as he pondered whether anyone would shed a tear for him if he chose to end his suffering. He felt trapped in a cycle of confusion and self-doubt, yearning for a reason to keep fighting against the overwhelming darkness that threatened to consume him. Izumi, with her telekinesis, cruelly snapped Izuku's fingers one by one, laughing at his screams. In another painful memory, he recalled a birthday celebration for Izumi, where he sat alone in the corner, eating stale bread, feeling sick to his stomach. The relentless torment from Katsumi and Shoka continued, with Katsumi slapping him repeatedly and Shoka burning his clothes until they were nothing but ashes. Izuku's thoughts spiraled further into despair as he imagined being forced to drink something vile, a symbol of the cruelty he faced. He felt utterly alone, wishing for someone to understand the turmoil inside his head and see him for who he truly was. He had never felt worthy of love, and the thought of giving everything up just to feel good enough weighed heavily on him. The memories of being left naked and shivering in the cold after a shower by Izumi only deepened his sense of isolation. He questioned whether anyone would care if he finally surrendered to the darkness, believing that the world would move on without him. Yet he also felt a flicker of hope, realizing that he could not be replaced, and that tonight could be the night he reclaimed his life. As he stood on the edge of a building, contemplating his next move, he felt a presence behind him. Someone stopped him, expressing concern and reminding him that his death would leave others heartbroken. Despite his belief that no one would mourn him, the voice insisted that there were people who cared. In the cold room filled with tension, Midnight reacted fiercely, striking Inko in anger. Ochako punched Izumi, while Katsumi and Shoka faced retaliation from their classmates. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as the students of Class 1A confronted the monsters that had tormented Izuku. The staff, witnessing the chaos, felt a wave of fear as Aizawa and Nizu prepared to discuss the situation privately, knowing that the severity of the abuse Izuku had endured was beyond mere bullying, it was torture. As the night progressed, Izuku prepared for a return to his former life, donning his suit and mask. He felt a strange sense of belonging as he looked at his reflection. Although Gwen expressed hesitation about their mission, Izuku insisted they had no choice. He needed to do this for his father. As they ventured out, Izuku swung through the city with Felicia, deep in thought about the powers he possessed. He felt the presence of two orbs in his mind, one blue representing one for all and the other red representing all for one. He was determined to confront the stronger villains that threatened his world, knowing that he had to harness both powers to succeed. Arriving at the zoo, they encountered Craven, who taunted Izuku about his return. Craven revealed his own enhancements, boasting about the quirks he had received from Shigaraki, which allowed him to transform animals into humanoid hybrids. Izuku's resolve hardened as he demanded the ring that held the power he craved, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Craven, however, had his own agenda, revealing that there was a bounty on Izuku's head. The confrontation escalated as Izuku prepared to fight, fueled by a longing for revenge against those who had wronged him. He felt stronger than ever, ready to take on Craven and prove that he would not be a victim any longer. As the battle unfolded, Izuku showcased his newfound strength, dodging Craven's attacks and countering with precision. The fight was a testament to his growth, as he fought not just for himself, but for all those who had suffered alongside him. With each clash, he felt the weight of his past lift, replaced by a determination to reclaim his life and protect those he cared about. Izuku found himself engaged in a fierce struggle on the floor with Craven. They both managed to get back on their feet, and just as Craven prepared to unleash his claws, Izuku activated his web shooters, blinding Craven momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered an uppercut that sent Craven crashing to the ground. Craven retaliated with a powerful kick, but Izuku performed a backflip, landing gracefully on his feet. He acknowledged the challenge with a sense of intrigue, noting Craven's strength and expressing curiosity about his alliance with Kingpin, questioning why someone who hunted animals would work with such a figure. Craven revealed that Kingpin had promised him the chance to keep Izuku's skin, indicating that he would deal with Kingpin after handling Izuku. Determined, Izuku charged forward, increasing his speed and launching a blitz attack that sent Craven crashing into some bars. He then grabbed Craven by the neck, destroying the animal humanoid quirk while absorbing the animal transformation for himself. As Craven reverted to his original form, he acknowledged his defeat, reflecting on the battle they had fought. Izuku claimed a ring from Craven, asserting it as his own. When Craven warned him that he would not get the rest, Izuku inquired why. Craven explained that a camera embedded in his eye had informed Kingpin and the rest of the Sinister Six about Izuku's approach, indicating they would be waiting for him. Izuku, undeterred, brought Craven closer, vowing to find Kingpin and send him to the depths of hell. In a swift and brutal motion, he snapped Craven's neck and crushed his eye. After disposing of Craven's body, Izuku glanced at his hands, lost in thought. His gaze fell upon a bench that sparked a memory. In a flashback, Izuku recalled a visit to the zoo with Frank Castle. Frank had shared that the zoo held fond memories of his father, who had passed away during the war. Excitedly, they had run into friends, Miles and Rio, and Izuku felt a sense of safety and joy as he held Frank's hand, eager to communicate with the gorillas. The memory faded, and Izuku was brought back to the present by a hand on his shoulder. It was Miles, who reminded Izuku of their past visit to the zoo. Rogue pointed out that Izuku had killed Craven, to which he confirmed that he had destroyed one of Craven's quirks and taken the animal transformation quirk with him. MJ asked how he felt, and Izuku expressed that he felt amazing. Gwen playfully slapped his head, prompting an apology from him. Felicia suggested they head home, noting that the police were on their way. As they left the zoo, Izuku was deep in thought, fixated on the need for more quirks. In another scene, Bakugo, Todoroki, Izumi, and Inko stood before the staff, facing serious accusations. Aizawa expressed disbelief at their neglect and abuse of Izuku, questioning their motives for treating him poorly simply because he lacked a quirk. Inko admitted their wrongdoing, pleading for her son to be returned to her. Nizu turned to All Might, asking if he had known about the situation. All Might confirmed that he had been aware, having started a relationship with Inko when Izumi was 12. He had been angered by the treatment Izuku received but recognized the genuine remorse from Inko and her family. Izumi presented a notebook filled with details about heroes, including strategies for neutralizing them if they turned rogue. The teachers examined the notebook, realizing the potential danger it posed if the information fell into the wrong hands. Nizu acknowledged the complexity of the situation, expressing a longing to expel the family but ultimately deciding to consult Izuku for his opinion on the matter. Midnight pointed out that Izuku would not want anything bad to happen to them, and Nizu agreed that they needed to respect his decision while still holding the family accountable. Inko shared her pain about her husband, Hisashi, who had disappeared one day without explanation. Mike realized that the man who had saved Izuku was not his father, but Izuku bore a striking resemblance to him, which had contributed to Inko's neglect. Nizu suggested they discuss the matter further and listen to Izuku's music the following day. The next day, as everyone gathered in the auditorium, Izumi faced glares from her classmates, while Eri hesitated to approach her. Nijire warned Izumi to stay away, asserting her protective stance. Nizu called for everyone to continue listening to Izuku's music, hoping to find ways to support him in his journey ahead. Everyone was curious about Izuku's past and where he had been all this time. Inko decided it was her turn to share. She approached the selection of songs, searching for one that resonated with her until she found one she liked. She chose the song titled, "Not All Heroes Wear Capes." As the music played, a 12-year-old Izuku appeared on the screen, and he noticed someone approaching him. The figure was his father, and the atmosphere shifted as the memories unfolded. Nizu, observing the scene, inquired about the identity of the person in the video. Inko quickly clarified that it was not Mrs. Yagi. Eri, another young girl present, recognized the figure as her grandpa, while Mirio confirmed that Eri had indeed seen him. Eri excitedly mentioned that she had also seen a picture of someone named Kotaro, who was connected to this story. Kotaro revealed that the man in the video was Frank Castle, someone who had given Izuku a second chance at life. The atmosphere grew somber as Aizawa suggested that Frank might have been the one to help Izuku, noting that he appeared to be around 12 years old in the footage. Inko shared that Izuku had run away when he was 8 years old, prompting Nizu to ask Eri and Kotaro if they knew anything more about Frank. Eri recounted that her father had told her that Grandpa was the one who had given Izuku a new family, teaching him what it meant to be a man. Nizu proposed that they should investigate further and see if they could reach out to Frank. However, Kotaro interjected, explaining that they could not, as their father had passed away 2 years before Izuku arrived at UA, having died at the age of 16. This revelation shocked everyone, filling them with sympathy for Izuku. The man who had saved him and given him a new life had been taken away. Nizu inquired about the circumstances of Frank's death, but Kotaro admitted that his father had not shared those details, only that he still felt sadness over the loss. Inko expressed her sorrow, recognizing Frank as the man who had given her son a second chance at life. Denki suggested that they should be grateful to him, while Izumi questioned why they should thank someone who was no longer there. Denki insisted that if it weren't for Frank, Izuku would not be alive today. For the first time, Izumi understood that Denki was right. Frank was indeed the man who had given her brother a second chance. Kyoka suggested that they listen to Frank's song, and Izuku, filled with emotion, wished his father a happy birthday. Frank responded with gratitude, and Izuku excitedly announced that he had a song for him. Frank encouraged him to share it, and as the music began, the memories and emotions intertwined, creating a poignant moment for everyone present. In a world filled with turmoil, a young boy pondered the weight of his existence. He often wondered if he could erase the painful memories that haunted him. The thought of laughing and smiling more vividly lingered in his mind, yet he understood that his heart would inevitably break again. He wished to escape the pain, to forget the tears that marked his life, but he knew that true solace was elusive. Despite the distance between him and others, his heart felt heavy with sorrow. He longed for a connection that would mend his broken spirit, yet he felt trapped in a sea of despair. The kindness he received from those around him only deepened his confusion, as he struggled to comprehend the warmth that seemed to suffocate him. He wished for someone to stay by his side, to offer comfort amidst the chaos. As he reflected on his life, he questioned whether he could ever find love deep within himself. He admired those who seemed to laugh away their pain, wishing he could be like them. Yet, fear held him back, and he found it difficult to turn away from the shadows that loomed over him. In a different part of his life, he faced the harsh realities of bullying. His friends, concerned for him, discussed the challenges he faced and the scars they left behind. They expressed their disbelief at the rumors surrounding him, unsure of how he could be perceived as someone with a quirk when he felt so powerless. They sought answers, hoping to understand the truth of his situation. As they gathered, one of his friends suggested a song that could encapsulate their feelings. The atmosphere shifted as they prepared to listen, hoping the music would provide clarity. The lyrics spoke of an unsung hero, a figure who, despite not wearing a cape or possessing extraordinary powers, was a source of strength and inspiration. The boy reflected on his own father, who had always been there for him, teaching him valuable lessons about life, love, and resilience. The music painted a picture of a father who was not only a protector but also a mentor. He had built a home filled with love, teaching his son how to navigate the complexities of life. The boy admired his father's ability to fix things, both physical and emotional, and realized that even in moments of sorrow, his father's love shone through. As the song concluded, the boy felt a sense of gratitude for the bond he shared with his father. They celebrated their relationship, acknowledging the anniversary of their adoption and the journey they had taken together. The boy suggested they go out for ice cream, eager to share the moment with family and friends. As they arrived at a gathering, the boy's mother was celebrated for her birthday. The warmth of the occasion filled the air, and the boy felt a surge of happiness as he presented a song dedicated to her. The love surrounding him was palpable, and he cherished the connections he had with his family and friends. In that moment, he understood that while pain was a part of life, so too was love. He realized that he was not alone in his struggles, and with the support of those who cared for him, he could find the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Emma Frost, a member of the X-Men, was present at the gathering, much to everyone's surprise. Frank, who seemed to know her, sparked curiosity among the others. Nijire asked Eri if she recognized Emma, to which Eri proudly declared that Emma was her grandmother. Koda quickly clarified that their grandfather was not romantically involved with her. Instead, Grandma was in a happy relationship with another woman. He explained that his father had needed a mother figure, and Grandma had stepped into that role. Inko listened intently, feeling a mix of emotions. She understood the significance of Emma and the support she had provided to Izuku when Inko was not in his life. Izumi, however, felt conflicted and wanted to discuss it further, but Inko suggested they could talk about it later. Nizu, wanting to lighten the mood, proposed they listen to another song before taking a break, and everyone agreed enthusiastically. As the music played, Tuya eagerly approached the suitcase filled with songs, excited to choose one for the group. He found a duet featuring a boy named Miles Morales and decided to play it, revealing Izuku alongside Miles, who was African American. On a Sunday morning, Izuku woke up and went about his routine, washing his hands and catching a glimpse of his reflection. He noticed some white strands in his hair and blue spots in his eyes, realizing that changes were beginning to manifest in him. Rogue, a supportive presence in his life, encouraged him not to be disheartened by these changes, reminding him that he was his own person, separate from his father. After getting ready, Izuku joined his mother, aunt, and uncle in the living room. Emma expressed her surprise at his return, having not known he was back. Izuku explained that he had just arrived on Friday night and had been focused on dealing with Craven. Emma noticed the changes in him and inquired about his father's contact with him, which Izuku confirmed had been frequent. Emma wished he could cut ties with his father, but Izuku felt it was complicated. Their conversation was interrupted by Eren, who welcomed Izuku back, expressing how lonely it had been without him and Miles. The playful banter continued, with Emma asking for pictures of her grandchildren. Izuku shared photos from his time with Koda and Eri, recounting how he had helped Koda become popular among his classmates and how Eri had formed a bond with Koda over their shared admiration for him. As the conversation flowed, they reminisced about Eri's adorable moments and Izuku's protective nature as a father. Emma playfully warned Izuku about Eri's fashion choices, while Rogue and Felicia chimed in about their roles in Eri's life. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter as they shared stories and memories. However, the mood shifted when Izuku recounted a tense encounter with his past. He had been reluctant to face his old friends and family, especially Bakugo and Todoroki. Despite All Might's encouragement, Izuku felt anger and frustration, leading to a confrontation that escalated quickly. He had made it clear that he wanted nothing to do with them, resulting in a painful but necessary separation. Reflecting on these events, Izuku realized that he had made the right choice to distance himself from those who had caused him pain. He was determined to focus on his present and the supportive family he had around him now. In class, Izuku often found himself holding back his abilities, aware of the potential consequences of exposing himself. Emma acknowledged his restraint, noting that he could have caused serious, permanent damage to others. Izuku understood the importance of discretion, especially considering the other students who had accepted him and become his friends. During a flashback, Kirishima invited Izuku to play basketball, suggesting a friendly game. Despite their initial hesitation about the lack of equipment, Ojiro arrived just in time to join them, and soon Shoji and Denki were ready to play as well. They decided on a skins versus shirts game, which brought joy to everyone involved as they enjoyed each other's company. Later, Kyoka expressed gratitude to Izuku for helping her and the others move boxes. Mina complimented him, calling him a true gentleman and noting his respectful nature. Toru chimed in, reminding everyone to keep their voices down, while Ochako agreed with Mina's sentiment. The girls, dressed in tank tops and shorts, felt comfortable around Izuku, who reassured them that he would not act inappropriately. Momo pointed out that Izuku was the only one who didn't objectify them, which Mina found sweet but also a bit frustrating, as she wished he would acknowledge their attractiveness. Izuku explained that he did find them attractive, but his mother had taught him to respect girls, emphasizing the importance of understanding boundaries. In another flashback, Miles asked Izuku if he had shared much about his family with their friends. Izuku admitted he had only revealed a little, concerned that his friends might learn too much about his father and his own identity through the songs he shared. MJ inquired about their own involvement, and Izuku mentioned the significance of his quirk and the connection to his sister, Izumi. Eren, eager to shift the focus, suggested they get something to eat, and everyone agreed enthusiastically. As the chapter concluded, Nizu welcomed everyone back, ready to continue listening to the music. The next performer was Fuyumi Todoroki, who promised her sister Shoka that she would find a song for her, though she cautioned not to get her hopes up. Shoka remained optimistic, confident that Fuyumi would discover the perfect song. Fuyumi searched for a suitable track, eventually finding one she thought would resonate with Shoka. When she presented the song titled, "It's Over," Shoka's excitement was palpable. The scene shifted to a 14-year-old Izuku standing in front of a microphone, contemplating his journey. Miles, concerned for his friend, asked if he was sure about moving forward. Izuku affirmed his decision, expressing his longing to find happiness. Miles echoed the sentiment, reminding them all that they deserve joy. With determination, they prepared to start the music, marking a new chapter in their lives. Shoka sat alone, tears streaming down her face as she realized that Izuku no longer wanted anything to do with her. The weight of their relationship's end pressed heavily on her heart, and she felt the pain of their separation deeply. She understood that it was best for them not to communicate, as hearing his voice would only make it harder to move on. The memories of their time together flooded her mind, but she knew she had to let go. Izuku had moved on, closing the door on their past. He no longer felt the ache of missing her, and the pictures of their happier moments had faded from his phone. He couldn't bear to see her smile, knowing it was a reminder of what they had lost. The finality of their breakup settled in, and he resolved to erase her from his thoughts. As Shoka reflected on their relationship, she came to terms with the fact that Izuku had once loved her but no longer did. She recognized that her actions had driven him away, and she felt a mix of regret and sorrow. The longing to pull him close was overshadowed by the reality that he had moved on. The hurt was undeniable, but she understood that it was for the best. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, Shoto attempted to reach out to her, but she lashed out in frustration, blaming him for the situation. Endeavor intervened, urging them to focus on moving forward. Nizu, the guiding presence, prompted the group to continue, and Izumi stepped up to choose a song. Izumi hesitated, knowing that there was a song about her that she didn't want to hear. Instead, she selected a song meant for Katsumi, hoping it would lift their spirits. Katsumi, masking her true feelings, wished for a love song, but deep down, she felt the sting of their lost connection with Izuku. As the music played, the atmosphere shifted. Izumi checked in on her friends, who were struggling with the reality of their situation. They all felt the weight of Izuku's indifference, and the pain of rejection was palpable. Nizu encouraged them to keep moving forward, and Midnight, eager for her turn, sought out a love song of her own. Midnight found a song titled, If I Had You, which was dedicated to someone named Rogue. The group watched as a younger Izuku appeared on the screen, interacting with this mysterious girl. Curiosity filled the air as they wondered about Rogue and her significance in Izuku's life. The music began, and the memories of love and longing intertwined with their present struggles, reminding them of the complexities of relationships and the journey of healing. Izuku put on his boots and carefully applied black eyeliner, preparing himself for the night ahead. He worked on his confident strut, fully aware that in this world, love was the most important thing. There existed a delicate balance between the dark and light sides of life, and tonight, he felt the struggle of trying to find that balance. If he had someone special by his side, that would be all he ever needed. With that person, money, fame, and fortune would pale in comparison. Life would transform into a joyous celebration, filled with joy. As he moved through the vibrant atmosphere, from New York to Los Angeles, the excitement of rock and roll filled the air. The night was alive with energy, and the thrill of the moment was palpable. People danced and reveled, but deep down, what everyone truly sought was love. The line between a wild night and a flat line was thin, and the quest for connection was a constant battle. Yet, if he had that special someone, everything would be perfect. The flashing lights of the stage might feel exhilarating, but Izuku's thoughts were consumed by the person he cared about. The allure of the spotlight could not compare to the warmth of love. He believed that having that person in his life was all he needed. The excitement of fame and fortune could never compete with the joy of being together. In a moment of unexpected tenderness, Izuku expressed his feelings to Rogue, hoping she would be his partner. Before he could finish his thought, she pulled him close and kissed him, claiming him as hers. The moment was surprising to their friends, who were caught off guard by the display of affection. Izumi, Katsumi, and Shoka were emotional, but Eri was filled with joy, bouncing around with excitement. When Mirio asked her what was wrong, she simply said she was happy and thought Rogue might be her new mother. Mirio agreed, and Eri noted how pretty Rogue was. Nizu, the wise observer, suggested they move on and hoped for another song that might feature Rogue. He pressed a button on his laptop, and the music began to play, introducing Setsuna Tokage, who was eager to find a love song. She discovered a track by Felicia Hardy titled, Intoxicated. Itsuka, feeling a hint of jealousy, asked for the song's name. As the music played, Izuku found himself in front of Felicia, a girl with striking white hair. He had come to see her, and she was curious about his visit. He revealed that he was there for her, and the atmosphere shifted as the music began. The song spoke of a connection that felt otherworldly, where Izuku felt intoxicated by Felicia's presence. In a room filled with strangers, their conversation felt like an eclipse, where time stood still. With her, he felt as if they were the only two people in existence. The lyrics described the thrill of being with someone who made him feel alive, as if they could soar to the moon together without needing to say a word. Her eyes warmed him like a summer night, and he yearned to be close to her. As the song continued, Izuku expressed his longing for a deeper connection, wanting to wake up next to her every day. The intoxicating feelings they shared were undeniable, and he felt a rush every time they touched. He knew that this was love, and he wanted to embrace it fully. After the song ended, Izuku acknowledged that since the girls had agreed to share him, he felt he had made the right choice in asking them to be together. Felicia playfully tackled him to the ground, kissing him passionately, which drew reactions from their friends. Mineta voiced his frustration about the situation, while Denki noted that Izuku was a sweet guy, suggesting there might be more girls in the mix. Eri joyfully exclaimed that she now had two mommies, while Kota humorously imagined being dressed in sailor outfits. Nizu, ever the strategist, pondered how Izuku had managed to attract the attention of the infamous cat, the world's most wanted thief. He pressed another button on the laptop, and the next song began to play, introducing Natsuo Todoroki. Natsuo and his brother Tuya joked about Izuku's growing HRM, while Shoka expressed skepticism about him having more girlfriends. Natsuo reminded everyone that they had taught Izuku how to flirt, and the group shared a laugh about Shoto's jealousy, playfully teasing him about his right hand. Natsuo chose a song for a girl named MJ, titled Appealing Souls. As the music played, Izuku was seen outside with MJ, ready to share something special with her. The night was filled with possibilities, and love was in the air, promising new adventures and connections. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her hair fell perfectly without any effort on her part. She was undeniably appealing, and he made it a point to tell her every day. Despite his compliments, she often struggled to believe him, which saddened him because she couldn't see herself the way he did. Whenever she asked if she looked okay, he would smile, knowing that her face was perfect just as it was. Her smile had the power to make the world around them pause, and in those moments, he felt she was truly amazing. He admired her lips, wishing he could kiss them all day if she allowed it. Although she often disliked her laugh, he found it charming and attractive. He reassured her that he would never want her to change. If she was searching for perfection, she should simply remain herself. There was no need for her to question her appearance. He would always affirm her beauty. As they stood together, surrounded by friends, he felt a sense of joy. The boys around them playfully knelt before him, acknowledging him as the Harem king, while he was embraced by 4 girls. Their smiles were a sight he had never seen before. One friend remarked on the unusual smile he wore, referring to it as his infinite smile. Another recalled a time when they received free gifts at a theme park because of that very smile, leading to playful banter about its power. Meanwhile, Nizu received a phone call that interrupted the light-hearted atmosphere. The hero commissioner from the USA informed him that the superior Spider-Man had returned and had just killed a notorious villain. Nizu was concerned, realizing that Izuku's departure and the return of this vigilante were connected. He needed to gather more information. In the staff room, Inko waited anxiously for Nizu to arrive. She felt pride in her son, who was recognized as the top student among first years. Conversations among the staff turned to Izuku's father, with speculation about Hisashi Midoriya's true identity. Inko shared her frustration over not knowing more about his past, and the others wondered about Izuku's current activities. When Nizu finally entered, he brought alarming news about the superior Spider-Man. The staff reacted with shock, and Inko expressed disbelief that her son could be associated with such a figure. Nizu explained that the vigilante had a history of violence against criminals, and there were concerns about Izuku's potential connection to him. Despite the theories presented, Inko firmly believed her son was a hero, not a killer. They agreed to keep the information from the students for now, and as they returned to the auditorium, Inko spotted Eri and Kotaro chatting happily. Izumi approached her mother, curious about their earlier conversation, but Inko promised to share later, wanting to focus on Izuku's performance. As the event began, Kirishima chose a song he deemed manly, titled, My Way. The atmosphere shifted as Izuku trained intensely, showcasing his dedication. His family watched him with admiration, but their attention was soon diverted when Eren and Frank entered, out of breath. They were surprised to see Izuku so focused, and Frank, initially frustrated, paused to observe his friend's determination. The scene was filled with a mix of pride, concern, and camaraderie as they all navigated the complexities of their lives, each moment weaving together their shared experiences and challenges. He removed his boxing glove, revealing that his entire hand was covered in blood. Frank realized that this was a consequence of Izuku's meeting with Hisashi. Izuku confirmed this, prompting Inko to express her surprise at the revelation. Izumi questioned the reason behind the meeting, while Aizawa observed the state of Izuku's hands and noted that he had been punching the bag for 5 hours, indicating that he was harboring anger towards Hisashi. Inko reflected on the fact that Hisashi had left them, and AM expressed curiosity about what had been said during their encounter. Aizawa, concerned, wondered if Hisashi had spoken negatively about his son, whom he referred to as his problem child. As the atmosphere shifted, Nizu suggested they listen to the music that began to play. Izuku was preparing for his patrol on a Monday afternoon, aware that his girlfriends were unable to join him due to their monthly discomfort. He made sure to leave them pain medication, ice cream, chocolate, cupcakes, McDonald's, and a variety of other treats to help ease their day. As he climbed out of the window, he met up with his brother, Miles. The two of them swung away together, engaging in their usual patrol routine. Izuku initiated the conversation, asking about their father. Miles responded that their dad was in an Alcoholics Anonymous program, but he had doubts about his sincerity. When Izuku inquired about how long their father had been sober, Miles mentioned it had been 6 months, which Izuku acknowledged as progress. However, Miles expressed his concern that their father would likely relapse. They both reflected on their challenging family situations, agreeing that they had been dealt difficult hands. Izuku noted that at least Miles' mother was not as difficult as his own. Miles urged Izuku to reconsider his feelings toward their mother, suggesting that despite their issues, he still cared for her but was afraid of her discovering the truth about him. As they continued their patrol, the weight of their burdens lingered in the air, but they found solace in each other's company. The bond between them grew stronger as they faced the challenges of their lives together, determined to support one another through thick and thin. Izuku felt a weight on his shoulders as he confided in Miles, asking him to keep a secret from the girls. He had overheard a conversation that had deeply affected him. In a flashback, Izuku recalled walking back to class after an altercation with Shoto. He had heard his mother, Inko, crying while being comforted by AM. Inko expressed her sorrow over her relationship with Izuku, lamenting her attempts to mend things. AM reassured her that healing would take time and emphasized the importance of giving Izuku space to process his feelings. Inko was reminded that while her pain was valid, it was not the same as Izuku's. AM encouraged her to show forgiveness rather than pressuring him for it. As Izuku leaned against the wall, listening to their conversation, a single tear streamed down his cheek. He felt the weight of his mother's struggles and his own pain. Back in the present, Izuku and Miles found themselves on a rooftop, facing off against Electro. The confrontation escalated quickly, with Electro taunting them about his newfound power. Izuku, determined and ready for a fight, prepared to unleash his abilities. He upgraded Miles' quirk, enhancing their chances against Electro. As the battle intensified, Electro unleashed a powerful electric attack, but Izuku absorbed it, reveling in the surge of power. He acknowledged the darker side of himself that was emerging, embracing his true nature as superior Spider-Man. Redirecting the energy, he caused a storm of electricity that incapacitated Electro. In a moment of brutal clarity, Izuku confronted Electro, claiming his quirk and sealing his fate. He took a ring from Electro's hand, vowing to take down the rest of the Sinister Six and avenge his father. After disposing of Electro's body, he turned to Miles, who reassured him that the darkness within him was not who he truly was. Eren, known as Prowler, reminded Izuku of his identity beyond the monster he feared he had become. They needed to leave quickly as the authorities approached. Later, they stopped by a pizza place, bringing food back to the girls. As Izuku removed his mask, it revealed a change in his appearance. His hair had a streak of white, and the blue in his green eyes was becoming more pronounced. The girls noticed but understood that Izuku was struggling with his powers. Gwen shared her concerns about her Uncle George, who had reacted negatively to her identity as Spider-Ghost. The group discussed the complexities of their relationships, and Izuku felt compelled to reach out to George, wanting to mend the rift. As the day continued, the class returned, and Eri was busy writing in her notebook, planning a special day with her mothers. Mirio approached her, curious about her cheerful demeanor. Eri explained her plans, showcasing her happiness and the love she felt from her family. The story continued to unfold with challenges ahead and bonds to strengthen. Mirio wondered who would be responsible for the expenses. Eri, with her innocent demeanor, confidently stated that it would be her father. Mirio, curious about a past incident, recalled a moment when he had seen Izuku decline money from Mrs. Yagi. Inko explained that Izuku always returned the money and refused to keep it for himself. Kyoka questioned how he managed to have any money at all. Nizu speculated that perhaps Frank Castle had left his money to Izuku. Denki chimed in, recalling a time when he had seen Izuku investing his money, suggesting that this was how he accumulated his wealth. Izumi expressed curiosity about how much Izuku actually earned. Mirio noted that Eri's room was filled with toys, clothes, and various other items. Kotaro added that their father had even taken him dirt biking. Nizu suggested they wait for Izuku to return home, and everyone agreed. Nizu pressed a button to announce the next participant, Denki Kaminari. Denki was excited for his turn, but Mineta urged him to choose a more risque song. Denki quickly dismissed this idea, reminding Mineta that Eri was present. Mineta shrugged off the concern, but Eri threatened to tell her father about Mineta's suggestion. Denki approached the music case, searching for an appropriate song. Eventually, he found one that piqued his interest, although it was not performed by Izuku or his brother. Kirishima asked who the artist was, and Denki revealed that it was one of Izuku's girlfriends, Felicia. Eri cheered for her mother, excited about the choice. Denki announced that the song was titled, We Are, and proceeded to play it. The scene shifted to Izuku surrounded by Miles and several girls, with Felicia expressing her uncertainty. Izuku reassured her, telling her that everything would be fine. As the music began, the atmosphere filled with a sense of camaraderie and joy. In a world filled with challenges and adventures, Izuku found himself surrounded by friends who supported him through thick and thin. Among them was Gwen, a girl whose spirit captivated him. He admired her not just for her beauty but for her kind heart and appealing soul. Izuku felt a deep connection to her, one that he believed was special and worth pursuing. As he navigated his feelings, he realized that he didn't want just anyone by his side. He wanted someone who understood him, someone he could be faithful to, and someone who would appreciate his heart. The thought of wasting his love on someone who didn't truly matter weighed heavily on him. He was determined to express his feelings and hoped that Gwen would see the sincerity in his heart. His friends, including Miles, encouraged him to take the leap. They believed in him and his ability to win Gwen's affection. With their support, Izuku gathered his courage. He approached Gwen, feeling both nervous and excited. He wanted to share something meaningful with her, a song that conveyed his feelings. As he stood before her, he felt the weight of the moment. He knew that he had to be brave and honest. He wanted to chase after her heart and hold her close, not letting another moment slip away. He hoped that she would understand the depth of his emotions and that she might feel the same way. Meanwhile, their friends watched with anticipation, eager to see how this heartfelt moment would unfold. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as Izuku prepared to share the song he had chosen, one that perfectly encapsulated his feelings for Gwen. It was a song that spoke of love and appreciation, a melody that resonated with the beauty of her soul. As the music began to play, Izuku felt a surge of confidence. He hoped that this gesture would show Gwen just how much she meant to him. In that moment, surrounded by friends and the melody of the song, he took a step closer to the possibility of love, ready to embrace whatever the future held for them both. Izuku was introduced to Miles, Rio, Aaron, and Jefferson, feeling hesitant at first. However, Miles reached out his hand with a warm smile, breaking the ice between them. The group shared a bond that transcended appearances, proving that they were indeed a family, close as could be. On his first day at school, Izuku met the girls and quickly formed friendships, while Frank observed the scene with a smile. As time passed, Frank took Izuku to various outings, including the zoo, basketball games, soccer matches, football games, baseball games, and the carnival. Each moment captured Izuku's joy, evident in the smiles he wore in every picture. Izuku spent quality time with Emma, learning how to cook and engage in other activities as a mother and son. They found comfort in each other, creating a home filled with love and care. Despite their differences, they were a family, and that was what mattered most. There were moments of trouble as well. Izuku and Miles found themselves scolded by Rio and Emma after getting into a fight, their knuckles bandaged and bruised. Yet, they remained undeterred by the opinions of others, knowing that their bond made them stronger. Miles experienced sadness when his father left home, but Izuku offered support by placing a hand on his shoulder. Aaron joined them, providing comfort to Miles during that difficult time. As Izuku turned 16, he was surprised with a birthday party organized by his dad and friends, a celebration of their unique family. Reflecting on his past, Izuku burned a picture that represented his old life filled with neglect and abuse. He was ready to embrace his new family, standing tall as he reached out for his father's hand. The group shared a moment of camaraderie, acknowledging their bond as a family, despite their different backgrounds. They discussed their future, including the possibility of having children, which brought blushes to the girl's cheeks. Eri inquired about being part of the family, and Koda reassured her that she was. As the conversation continued, Nizu encouraged everyone to participate in the next activity. Sato took his turn, searching for a song to play. He found a duet with Miles titled "Deserve That." As the music played, a video of Izuku appeared, showing him in a vulnerable moment. Concerns arose about Izuku's well-being, as some noticed his struggles with trauma. Emma explained that the therapist believed certain coping mechanisms helped him manage his PTSD, allowing him to find happiness again. As the gathering continued, Izuku prepared to face whatever came next, ready to embrace his life and the family he had found. As the music played softly in the background, Izuku returned home after a challenging encounter with Electro. He glanced at Gwen, recalling how she hadn't spoken to her father in 2 years. He remembered hearing that her father had discovered her identity as Spider Ghost and was not pleased. Feeling the weight of the moment, Izuku decided he needed some fresh air to think. He informed the girls that he was stepping out, assuring them he would be careful. With a determined swing, he set off to speak with his father-in-law, a man he respected for his honor and integrity. Arriving at the police headquarters, he climbed to the top floor and entered the office where George was discussing matters with his colleagues. Once they left, Izuku approached him. George greeted Izuku, who referred to him as Uncle. George had instructed his staff not to disturb him, indicating he was ready to talk. Izuku knew they needed to address the situation with Gwen. He acknowledged George's concerns about her being Spider Ghost, especially after the loss of her mother. While he understood George's feelings, he believed abandoning Gwen was not the solution. Izuku clarified that he had never encouraged Gwen to take on the Spider Ghost persona. She had chosen to help him of her own accord. He expressed his frustration, noting that Gwen was just as stubborn as George. The conversation grew heated as George insisted he hadn't abandoned Gwen, but Izuku presented a picture of a girl he had rescued from the Yakuza, emphasizing that he would never abandon anyone he cared for. George stood up, declaring his pride in Gwen, but Izuku pressed him on why he hadn't reached out to her. George admitted his fear stemmed from the pain of losing his wife, Helena. The thought of losing Gwen, too, was unbearable for him. Izuku urged George to mend his relationship with Gwen, reminding him that she still needed her father. George fell silent, contemplating Izuku's words. Izuku reassured him that he would protect Gwen at all costs, even if it meant facing the world as an enemy. George then expressed concern about a threat from Rhino, to which Izuku promised to handle the situation. As Izuku left, George reflected on a picture of himself with Gwen from her childhood, feeling regret for his actions. The next morning, Izuku awoke to find that his right eye had changed color, and a portion of his green hair had turned white. He smiled at the transformation, contemplating what it meant for him. Gwen entered the bathroom, reminding him not to call himself a monster, assuring him that he was still the same person in her eyes. Izuku apologized, feeling responsible for the rift between Gwen and her father due to his quest for revenge. Gwen reassured him that she was there to support him, knowing that Frank Castle was a significant factor in their current situation. She expressed her longing to stand by him, along with MJ, Rogue, and Felicia, through both the good and bad times. Izuku thanked Gwen for her unwavering support, and she expressed her belief that George would eventually come around. They both held on to hope for reconciliation when the doorbell rang, prompting Rogue to head toward the door. Rogue opened the door to find her Uncle George standing there. He greeted her warmly, and she invited him inside. Upon entering, George noticed Gwen, who appeared shocked to see him. He called out to her, and she responded with joy, recognizing her father. George approached Gwen and embraced her, and she immediately returned the hug, tears of happiness streaming down her face at the sight of her father after 2 long years. George expressed his regret for leaving her alone during that time, admitting he had made a mistake. He reassured her that they could start anew as father and daughter, and Gwen eagerly agreed. Izuku observed this heartfelt reunion, recalling his own experience of reuniting with Inko. He remembered how she had broken down in tears upon seeing him, and although he struggled with his feelings toward her for the past, he realized that forgiveness and moving forward could lead to something new. George then expressed his curiosity about his grandchild. Izuku informed him that he had 2 grandchildren, a grandson and a granddaughter, and George couldn't contain his excitement at the prospect of meeting them. Gwen reminded him to keep this information a secret, and George agreed, assuring her that no one else needed to know. He suggested they spend some quality time together with her brothers, and Gwen nodded, promising to return shortly. As Gwen left with George, Izuku found himself alone in the apartment, appreciating the quiet moment. He lay down on the sofa, enjoying the peace, until the door opened, revealing his mother, Emma. She announced her intention to go shopping for her grandchildren and asked for his help, offering to get him something in return. Izuku declined, explaining that he had stopped using. Emma inquired about his reasons, and he mentioned Eri and Koda, confirming that he had also given up drinking. Emma insisted that this was all the more reason to spoil the children, and they prepared to leave together, though Izuku felt uncertain about what lay ahead. In another part of the story, the girls woke up in the infirmary, trying to piece together the events of the previous night. Ochako complained about her headache, and someone informed her that they had all passed out after seeing a picture of Sunny. The girls recalled the night with embarrassment, and Mina turned to Mei, asking if she had more pictures. Mei confirmed that she did and agreed to send them. Momo, feeling shy, tried to downplay her interest, but her blush gave her away. As they gathered their things, they decided to head to the auditorium, where music was about to begin. They all left, and the girls quickly set the pictures of Izuku as their wallpapers, pretending not to notice what they had done. Upon entering the auditorium, they found Kirishima and Tetsutetsu sitting in pain, having overexerted themselves during training with Izuku. Mina asked what was wrong, and Sen explained that the two had attempted to replicate Izuku's exercises, resulting in their current state. Kirishima expressed his admiration for Izuku's abilities, while Tetsutetsu sought to learn his secret. Setsuna speculated that Izuku's quirks, stockpiling and warrior spirit, might hold the key to his strength. The group agreed that it was a possibility. Nizu then called for everyone's attention, urging them to continue listening to Izuku's songs. Ochako wondered if Dikairu had tried to contact them, but Mirio and others confirmed that there had been no communication. Nizu reassured them that they would eventually reach out to him. As the next performer was announced, Tenya Ida stepped forward, determined to choose a good song. He sifted through a suitcase of music until he found one that caught his eye. He revealed that it was a duet featuring Izuku and one of his girlfriends, specifically MJ, and the song was titled, "Stupid in Love." As the music played, Izuku appeared on screen, walking confidently as he began to sing, captivating everyone with his performance. The music began to play, filling the air with a vibrant energy. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the scene unfolded in Miami, where the summer rain had left the air hot and humid. A young man found himself captivated by a mysterious woman, feeling an undeniable connection that drew him closer to her. The moment was electric, and he felt as if he had stepped into a dream. As they danced together on the warm sand, the moonlight shimmered above them, casting a sapphire glow. The rhythm of the music matched the beating of their hearts, and he could feel the chemistry between them intensifying with every movement. The night was filled with laughter and joy, and he was entranced by her presence. Despite the thrill of the moment, he was aware of the complications that came with such a connection. They had agreed to be just friends, but the line between friendship and something more was becoming increasingly blurred. He found himself longing for her, wishing it were easier to walk away, yet every touch ignited a fire within him that was hard to resist. Locked in a hotel room, the tension between them was palpable. He knew that their relationship was complicated, but he couldn't help but be drawn to her. The way she moved, the way she smiled, it was all too intoxicating. He felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, knowing that this was a moment he would never forget. As the night wore on, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was meant to be with her. He hoped that their time together would mean something to her as well. The music played on, and he felt a sense of determination to pursue this connection, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, a group of friends watched the unfolding drama with a mix of admiration and envy. They discussed the dynamics of relationships, acknowledging the differences in how they approached love and loyalty. One friend noted how the young man, unlike others, was respectful and committed, even amidst the complexities of his feelings. As the scene shifted, another friend took the stage, eager to share a song that would showcase the bond between the young man and his girlfriend. The song, titled "The Way," resonated with the emotions they had all been feeling. It spoke of love, longing, and the joy of being together, capturing the essence of their experiences. The music played on, and the young couple shared a moment that felt timeless. They were lost in each other's eyes, the world around them fading away as they embraced the magic of their connection. It was a night filled with promise, and as the final notes echoed, they knew that this was just the beginning of their journey together. Felicia felt an undeniable connection to someone special, a feeling that consumed her thoughts and emotions. She craved this person constantly, realizing that her affection had reached an extraordinary level. It was as if nothing could satisfy her longing, and she found it impossible to stay away. She was determined to be there for this person, offering unwavering support and companionship, knowing that they were someone worth holding on to. She reassured herself that everything would be all right, feeling a thrill at the thought of being with a person who had captured her heart. This individual had a way of making her feel alive, stirring emotions she had never experienced before. She was unashamed of her feelings, wanting the world to know how deeply she cared when they were together. The intensity of her emotions was overwhelming, and she cherished the way this person made her feel. It was exhilarating, and she reveled in the connection they shared. There was a sense of adventure in their relationship, and she was eager to explore every facet of it. Their bond was not just about romance. It was about friendship and companionship, a promise to always be there for one another. As they spent time together, enjoying simple pleasures like watching movies, she felt a sense of comfort and joy. The moments they shared were filled with laughter and warmth, and she knew that this person was a significant part of her life. She felt a sense of belonging, and the thought of being together brought her immense happiness. In a playful moment, she expressed her delight, jumping into their arms and sharing a kiss that spoke volumes about their connection. There was a lightheartedness in their interactions, and even amidst the teasing from friends, they remained focused on each other, their bond growing stronger. As the atmosphere shifted, they found themselves surrounded by friends, each with their own reactions to the unfolding romance. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, the music played, setting the stage for a perfect moment. The song that filled the air was one that resonated with their feelings, capturing the essence of their relationship. With each note, they walked together in the park, feeling the magic of the moment. It was a time of joy, love, and the promise of adventures yet to come, as they embraced the journey they were on together. As the music began to play, Izuku felt a surge of emotions. He had always wanted to express his feelings, and now was the perfect moment. The lyrics resonated deeply within him, capturing the essence of longing and longing. He understood that there were obstacles in their way, but in his heart he believed they could overcome anything together. The thought of rewriting their destinies filled him with hope. Around him, his friends and family were captivated by the performance. Inko, his mother, watched with pride, moved by the beauty of the song. Midnight, a close ally, recognized the depth of Izuku's feelings, noting how genuine his love was. Eri, full of excitement, eagerly anticipated reuniting with her mothers and Koda, while Koda himself seemed indifferent but supportive. As the music faded, the atmosphere shifted. Inko sighed, reflecting on the emotional weight of the song Izuku had written about Hisashi. She recalled how Izuku had reacted upon meeting Hisashi, spending hours punching a bag in frustration. The concern for her son's well-being weighed heavily on her heart, and she yearned to understand what had transpired between them. Izumi, feeling a mix of sadness and guilt, expressed her worries about Izuku's emotional state. Inko reminded her that she needed to be supportive and that there was still a chance for them to reconnect as a family. AM, a guiding figure, reassured Izumi that by respecting Izuku's wishes, she could mend their relationship. The group returned to the auditorium, where Shoka and Katsumi were deliberately ignoring their twin brothers, Katsuki and Shoto. Izumi tried to intervene, but Katsumi and Shoko were resolute in their feelings, declaring that their brothers were no longer part of their lives. Shoto, ever the peacemaker, urged Izumi to let it go, and she reluctantly complied. Nizu, their mentor, announced that they would listen to 4 songs before concluding the day's activities. The students responded enthusiastically, eager to participate. As Nizu pressed a button to start the next performance, Rei Todoroki prepared to take her turn. Shoka, hopeful for a song that resonated with her, encouraged her mother to find something special. Rei sifted through the song choices, her concern growing as she searched for the right one. Finally, she selected a song that made her uneasy, feeling it reflected a deeper issue. When she revealed the title, Let You Down, the atmosphere shifted again, and Izuku found himself in front of Miles, who was trying to support him through a difficult moment. Miles urged Izuku to take care of himself, reminding him to take his medication afterward. Izuku acknowledged the importance of their conversation, determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Together, they prepared to confront the emotions that the song stirred within them, ready to tackle the journey of healing and understanding that awaited. As the music began, a vibrant atmosphere filled the room. There was something captivating about the way the characters interacted, their eyes sparkling with shared emotions. The feelings were palpable, and it was clear that they were both deeply invested in each other. Although it felt a bit premature, the idea of embarking on a spontaneous adventure together was exhilarating. The thought of getting married in Las Vegas, without the need for a guest list, seemed like a thrilling prospect. They were ready to embrace the moment, eager to express their commitment through matching tattoos and impulsive decisions. MJ entered the scene, sharing a kiss with Izuku, and began to sing with enthusiasm. The energy was infectious, and the anticipation of their future together filled the air. They envisioned booking a one-way flight to Paris, discussing the possibility of sharing a last name, and jumping straight to the vows. The excitement of being in love overwhelmed them, and they felt ready to take the leap without overthinking it. After the performance, MJ twirled around with joy, and Izuku acknowledged the moment with a smile. He expressed his longing to marry them, sharing how his father had always told him that they were his soulmates. He vowed to protect them and ensure their happiness, promising to care for their future children as well. Midnight complimented the song, while Kyoka expressed a wish to perform a duet with Izuku. Eri praised MJ's performance, and Mirio agreed with her enthusiasm. Denki speculated about whether Izuku had made duets with his other partners, and Setsuna concurred with the idea. Nisa decided to investigate further and pressed a button to call for Mandalay. Mandalay responded, eager to discover what Izuku had in store. Koda, excited about the prospect, encouraged her to find a duet featuring his father and one of his mothers. Mandalay was determined to find a song that would resonate with Koda, knowing how much Izuku had helped him regain his former self. After a brief search, she found a duet with Rogue titled, Señorita. Momo chimed in, explaining that Señorita meant girl in Spanish. As the song played, the scene shifted to Izuku and Rogue in a recording booth. Izuku sat with a guitar on his lap, tuning it with care. Miles, ready to start, exchanged encouraging words with Rogue, who felt a mix of nerves and excitement. Izuku reassured her, reminding her that she would do just fine. Together, they prepared to create another memorable moment in their musical journey. The music began, setting a somber tone. It felt as though they were teetering on the edge of something significant. There was a deep sense of disappointment, a wish to express pride that remained unspoken. Regret loomed large, accompanied by an overwhelming cacophony of voices in his mind that he wished he could silence. The weight of letting someone down was heavy, and the realization of being perceived as a disappointment was painful. Despite the efforts made to avoid conflict, it seemed that every action only deepened the divide. There was a sense of embarrassment, a feeling of walking with head bowed, burdened by the weight of expectations and the fear of failure. The paranoia of having done something wrong gnawed at him, and the loyalty he once felt was now overshadowed by betrayal. The struggle to maintain a connection felt increasingly futile. It was clear that one party was unwilling to work through their issues, preferring instead to exacerbate the situation. The longing for an apology hung in the air, but the conversation felt one-sided, with no acknowledgement of the hurt being experienced. As the tension mounted, the decision to step away became inevitable. The need for solitude was paramount, a longing to escape the turmoil of thoughts and emotions. The familiar cycle of avoidance and denial played out, with the expectation of returning to normalcy despite the underlying issues. In the midst of this turmoil, there was a moment of reflection shared among Inko, Rei, and Mitsuki. They recalled a time when they had invited Izuku to join them, noticing the forced smile he wore, a facade that masked his true feelings. Their moment of connection was abruptly shattered when their children arrived, bringing chaos as they rushed Shoto and Katsuki to the emergency room due to injuries. Izuku's frustration boiled over, feeling as though his efforts to maintain peace were in vain. The music played on, echoing the sentiments of regret and sorrow. Izuku's internal struggle was palpable, and the weight of his emotions was overwhelming. He felt the need to express his apologies, grappling with the reality of his situation. As the scene shifted, Izuku found himself in a cemetery, kneeling before a grave, tears streaming down his face. The weight of his father's absence was a heavy burden to bear, and the anniversary of his death loomed near. The pain of loss was evident, and the love he held for his father was profound. The realization that this date marked a significant moment in their lives brought a sense of urgency to his grief. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as those watching recognized the depth of Izuku's pain. The connection to his father was undeniable, and the sorrow he felt resonated with everyone present. The music played on, serving as a poignant reminder of the struggles they all faced and the journey toward healing that lay ahead. The music began to play, evoking memories of shared moments and places that felt familiar. The protagonist often found themselves haunted by the image of a face that seemed to be painted on the walls of their mind. Despite attempts to forget the cherished moments spent together, the weight of solitude pressed heavily upon them. The warmth of summer memories now felt distant, replaced by the chill of winter. The realization that their companion would no longer be present lingered painfully, and they wished they could have made those moments last a little longer. Now, they were left with nothing but memories, longing for a chance to say goodbye. As the protagonist reflected on the laughter they once shared, the absence of their friend created a void that was difficult to fill. Thoughts of past conversations echoed in their mind, a constant reminder of the bond they had. Despite the heartache, they reassured themselves that they would be okay, even if it felt like a struggle. In a different setting, Izuku expressed his anger and determination to confront the person responsible for the pain he felt. His intensity startled those around him, as they had never witnessed such a fierce side of him before. Mirio, a figure from his past, once experienced a similar moment of fear in Izuku's presence, recalling a time when Izuku's rage was palpable. Nizu, sensing the tension, suggested moving on to the next song, prompting agreement from the group. Eri, with innocent conviction, declared that Mirio was her father, to which he readily affirmed. As the atmosphere shifted, Nizu pressed a button to cue the next performance, introducing Juzo Hananuki. Juzo took his turn, searching for a song that resonated with the moment. He finally settled on I Want to Live, and as the music played, the scene shifted to Izuku standing atop a building, sighing deeply. He was lost in thought, grappling with his feelings of frustration and confusion. Frank approached him, sensing the weight of his thoughts. They engaged in a conversation about the need for answers, particularly regarding Izuku's purpose and existence. The question hung in the air, and while Inko could have provided insight, Izuku was not ready to hear it. Frank reminded him that he had already received an answer, but it was not the one he had hoped for. Determined to find his own path, Izuku resolved to discover his own reason to live, even amidst the turmoil of his emotions. As the night fell, a sense of coldness enveloped a soul yearning for life. Despite the chill, there was a flicker of hope, a longing to fight against the darkness that threatened to consume everything. The individual longed for the light, for a chance to live freely and authentically. The choice was clear. A determination had been made to embrace life once more, to breathe deeply and pursue what felt right. In the midst of this struggle, there was a realization that all that was needed was a reason to believe. A guiding presence ignited a fire within, providing the strength to hold on and face the shadows. The individual sought liberation from fear, understanding that the journey would not be easy, but the will to live was undeniable. On a Tuesday morning, the staff gathered early, summoned by an urgent call. Izuku revealed that Hisashi Midoriya was a fabricated identity, a name that had never truly existed. Questions arose about the existence of a younger brother, but the information was scarce. The only detail available was that he had been unwell. As the conversation unfolded, it became clear that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Izuku's wife was with their daughter, Izumi, attempting to mend the relationship with young Midoriya. Midnight acknowledged the effort, affirming that All Might was making the right choice. Yet, the reality remained that Izuku already had a father. Endeavor interjected, emphasizing that having two fathers or two mothers was not an issue. Just then, Nizu entered, announcing a significant problem involving Superior Spider-Man. The staff gathered around as Nizu shared a shocking video of Superior Spider-Man committing a heinous act, taking the quirk of Electro and ending his life. The implications were grave. All Might pointed out that only All for One and Shigaraki possessed such power, leading to the unsettling theory that Superior Spider-Man might be an offspring of All for One. The conversation shifted to the urgency of the situation, with Nizu revealing that the warden had promised to share everything next week, raising suspicions about his motives. Izuku remained behind, contemplating the possibility that Hisashi Midoriya was connected to All for One. Nizu acknowledged it as a theory, but the stakes were high. They resolved to protect Izuku and his sister from any potential threats. Meanwhile, Eri and Koda shared a moment of joy, discussing their hopes for a future with their mothers. Eri expressed excitement about spending time together, while Koda humorously dismissed the idea of sailor outfits, recalling his father's warnings. Mandalay observed their happiness, and Nizu welcomed everyone back, ready to continue with the day's activities. As Koda prepared to take the stage, he sought a song that would resonate with both him and Eri. He found one that he believed would be perfect for her, a lullaby that held sentimental value. Eri revealed that her father had recorded the song for her, a comforting reminder during difficult nights. As Koda played the song, Izuku reflected on the memories of his father, who had once sung it to him during his own nightmares. He wondered about the day Eri would meet her grandfather, contemplating the bond that would form between them. The atmosphere was filled with hope and anticipation, as the staff and students continued to navigate their intertwined lives, facing challenges with resilience and love. As the music began to play, a sense of warmth filled the room. Izuku reassured his father, expressing his determination to make his snowball smile. Eri echoed her father's sentiment, affirming her love. Midnight playfully mentioned that if Izuku were single, she would claim him for herself, suggesting that perhaps his girlfriends might be willing to share him, as she loved him for who he was. The HRM of characters was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. Nizu then prompted everyone to continue, pressing a button that signaled Ragdoll's turn. Ragdoll approached the music selection, searching for the perfect song. After a moment, she smiled, finding one that resonated with her. When Mandalay inquired about her choice, Ragdoll explained that the song was dedicated to Koda. As she played the song, the scene shifted to Izuku in his dorm room, gazing at a picture of Koda. He reflected on the anger he felt towards the world, recognizing that nobody understood Koda like he did. Losing a father was a heavy burden for a boy, and even though he had lost his own father 2 years ago, he knew that a boy needed his father. He resolved to be there for Koda, no matter what. The music transitioned to a heartfelt tune that spoke of love and connection. Izuku contemplated the bond he shared with Koda, acknowledging that while they were not biologically related, their connection was profound. He had missed many moments in Koda's life, but he was determined to be present moving forward. The realization of being called Dad for the first time struck him deeply, and he cherished the simple joys of their relationship. As the song played, Izuku comforted Koda, acknowledging the pain of losing parents. He reassured Koda that while the pain might never fully disappear, it would become easier to bear over time. Mandalay chimed in, affirming that Koda was still processing his feelings. Koda responded with maturity, recognizing that acceptance and understanding would come with each passing day. The warmth of the group hug brought a smile to his face, reminding him that he was not alone. Nizu suggested they continue, prompting everyone to agree. With a nod, he pressed another button, signaling Ochako Uraraka's turn. She approached the music selection, excitedly searching for a song. After a brief search, she found one that was inspired by the Minions, calling it Happy. Eri excitedly recalled the fun they had when Izuku took them to see the movie, which had been a favorite. As Ochako played the song, the scene shifted to Izuku wearing a minion costume, eliciting giggles from everyone. Eri expressed her longing for a costume of her own, prompting Momo to create one for her. Eri joyfully donned the costume, exclaiming, "Banana," in delight, as the atmosphere filled with laughter and camaraderie. As the music began, a vibrant atmosphere filled the air, signaling the start of a joyful celebration. The characters felt a surge of happiness, embodying the spirit of the moment. They were ready to embrace the day, feeling as if they could soar to great heights, unburdened by worries. The energy was infectious, and everyone around them seemed to resonate with this newfound joy. Eri and her friends reflected on the uplifting experience they had just shared, acknowledging the positive influence of a good father figure in their lives. They admired his unwavering kindness and the purity of his heart, which remained intact despite the challenges they had faced together. Nizu, the wise leader, announced that there would be one more song before a break. With a press of a button, Recovery Girl stepped forward, eager to share a special selection. She approached the suitcase filled with music, choosing a song titled Best Day Ever. As the melody played, the lyrics appeared on the screen, inviting everyone to immerse themselves in the uplifting message. The song captured the essence of a perfect day, filled with simple joys and the beauty of nature. It spoke of the excitement of waking up to a bright morning, the thrill of small adventures, and the magic that surrounds them. The characters felt their spirits lift even higher as they embraced the idea that every day could be the best day ever. As the music concluded, the group erupted in applause, each member expressing their delight in their own way. They agreed that happiness should be a constant in their lives, regardless of the circumstances they faced. With a sense of camaraderie, they decided it was time for a break, ready to refuel their energy. Eri, filled with enthusiasm, suggested they find something to eat, eager to share the moment with her friends. Meanwhile, far away in space, a familiar figure, Deadpool, humorously engaged in his own antics, playfully pretending to hunt for aliens. His antics provided a light-hearted contrast to the joyful gathering on Earth. The chapter came to a close, the anticipation for the next adventure grew. The characters looked forward to dedicating songs, meeting new allies, and embarking on their next mission, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with a smile. Eri was filled with excitement as she anticipated meeting her four mothers and grandmother. Mirio, noticing her enthusiasm, assured her that they were just as eager to meet her. Eri expressed her hope that her father would bring her Uncle Miles along, as she thought he seemed really cool. Mirio had no doubt that Miles would come. Meanwhile, Izumi approached Eri, but Eri was hesitant and expressed her longing to keep her distance. Izumi attempted to offer her some stuffed animals, but Eri rejected them, feeling hurt by what Izumi had done to her father. Inko, their mother, quickly intervened, suggesting they leave. Izumi protested, but Inko insisted that they could not use Eri or Koda to win back Izuku's forgiveness, fearing it would only drive him further away. Inko emphasized the importance of being strategic if they wanted a chance with Izuku. She declared that she would do anything necessary, even ending her long-standing friendships with Mitsuki and Rei. Izumi was taken aback, questioning whether she would be willing to sacrifice her friendships with the Bakugo and Todoroki twins for a chance with Izuku. Inko's determination was clear, as she affirmed her commitment to prioritizing her son. As they returned to the auditorium, Nizu stood before the gathered crowd, capturing everyone's attention. He shared both good news and bad news, prompting Inko to immediately inquire about Izuku's well-being. Nizu revealed that he had contacted the New York City Police Commissioner, George Stacy, who was also Gwen's father. To everyone's surprise, Nizu confirmed that Izuku was indeed in New York City. Inko asked if they could speak to him, but Denki interjected, explaining that Izuku was reluctant to engage with those who had made his life difficult. Nizu reassured them that Izuku was doing fine but hinted that he was hiding something. He mentioned that the commissioner would be sending something soon, and then suggested they continue enjoying the music. Hitoshi took the stage next, excited to share a song he had chosen called Unstoppable. As the music began, the scene shifted to Izuku standing in front of a crowd in New York City. He dedicated the song to all the police officers, EMTs, doctors, and firefighters who risked their lives to ensure the safety of the city. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku began to sing, celebrating the heroes who worked tirelessly for the community. The lyrics conveyed a powerful message about resilience and heroism, emphasizing that they could be heroes everywhere they went. The crowd's energy surged as they connected with the sentiment of the song, recognizing the importance of those who protect civilians. As the performance concluded, Izuku expressed his gratitude to the crowd for their dedication and hard work. The applause was thunderous, with police officers, EMTs, firefighters, and doctors standing in appreciation. Aizawa, observing the scene, reflected on the lesson for everyone present. While they were the ones who fought villains, it was these everyday heroes who truly safeguarded the public. Denki chimed in, acknowledging that these individuals filled the gaps where they fell short. Aizawa, though reluctant to admit it, agreed with Denki's insight, and the group shared a moment of camaraderie. Nizu, eager to keep the momentum going, prompted the next performance. Tetsu stepped up, ready to choose a song that resonated with strength and determination. He selected Hall of Fame and dedicated it to all his teachers and heroes he had met upon returning to Japan, especially to Aizawa, whom he admired greatly. Aizawa, caught off guard by the recognition, felt a rare moment of pride, even as he tried to maintain his usual stoic demeanor. As the music played, the atmosphere was charged with inspiration, reflecting the bonds of mentorship and the shared journey of growth among heroes and students alike. As the music began to play, a sense of determination filled the air. The lyrics spoke of greatness and the potential to overcome any obstacle. The message was clear: anyone could achieve their dreams and leave a mark on history. The idea of standing in the Hall of Fame resonated deeply, symbolizing recognition for those who dared to strive for excellence. Izuku, filled with excitement, felt a surge of inspiration. He believed that his mentor would appreciate the sentiment behind the song. Just then his phone rang, and he received a call from Hisashi. Despite his reluctance to meet his father, Izuku agreed to the coordinates provided, slipping out of the window unnoticed. Inko, his mother, expressed her concern about Hisashi's presence in Japan and wondered why he had not reached out to them. Aizawa, observing Izuku's behavior, pondered the reasons behind his son's complicated relationship with Hisashi. Others in the room speculated on Hisashi's intentions, questioning whether he was genuinely interested in his son or had ulterior motives. As the atmosphere shifted, Nizu called for the next performance. Hantashiro stepped forward, eager to share a song he had chosen titled Centuries. The music played, and the scene shifted to Izuku in his studio, preparing for a special tribute alongside his uncle Eren. Izuku dedicated the song to all the heroes who had sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, honoring their memory and legacy. The music echoed the themes of remembrance and resilience, emphasizing that legends are often born from struggle and sacrifice. Izuku poured his heart into the performance, determined to make his father proud and to honor those who had come before him. As the song concluded, Izuku expressed his hope that Hisashi would be proud of him, believing firmly that he could become one of the greatest heroes. However, the moment took a turn when Izuku struggled with his emotions, revealing the toll that the pressures of his life had taken on him. His friends and family were taken aback, witnessing the weight he carried. Momo questioned whether Izuku had resorted to substance use, while Aizawa speculated that it might have been a coping mechanism for his struggles. Inko worried about her son's well-being, hoping that he was not still using. The group decided to address these concerns when Izuku returned home, wanting to support him through his challenges. Nizu announced that there would be one more song before they concluded for the day. Cemento stepped up, ready to share his choice, a song titled Born for This. As the music played, the focus shifted to Izuku standing before the gates of UA, smiling as he stepped inside, ready to embrace his future. As the music played, a young boy named Izuku reflected on his life. He felt a surge of emotions, battling with his inner turmoil and the struggles he had faced. He believed he was destined for something greater, despite the critics who failed to understand him. He had endured years of hardship, feeling neglected by his mother since his father had left, and bullied by his twin sister. His so-called friends had also turned against him, leaving him feeling isolated and hopeless. In a moment of despair, Izuku found himself on the edge, contemplating ending his life. Just then, a man named Frank Castle intervened, having saved him from making a tragic decision. Frank, known as the Punisher, was a man with a dark past, having lost his own family. He approached Izuku with concern, questioning why the boy would want to end his life. Izuku expressed his feelings of abandonment and the pain he had endured, revealing that even his relatives had turned their backs on him. Frank listened intently, offering a different perspective. He told Izuku that family is not solely defined by blood and suggested that they could heal each other. He proposed adopting Izuku, despite being from America and on unofficial business in Japan. Izuku was hesitant, but Frank assured him that he could take him to New York City, away from his troubled past. As they talked, it became clear that Izuku had been using pain medication to cope with his struggles. Frank offered him some pills and whiskey to help ease his discomfort. After a brief moment of hesitation, Izuku accepted, feeling slightly better. They left the rooftop where they had met and headed toward Frank's hideout. Once there, Izuku learned more about Frank, who was infamous in New York City for his ruthless methods. Despite his fearsome reputation, Izuku found Frank intriguing and admired his strength. They shared a meal of pizza, with Izuku devouring an entire large pizza, having not eaten well in days. Frank reassured him that those days were behind him now. After finishing their meal, they packed the leftover pizzas and made their way to a private airstrip where a plane awaited them. As they boarded, Izuku bid farewell to his past, focusing on the future that lay ahead. After a long flight, they arrived in New York City, where Frank took Izuku to his apartment. It was a nice place, and Frank offered him a second bedroom to use. Izuku felt a sense of relief as he settled into his new surroundings, grateful for the fresh start. The next morning, however, he awoke feeling unwell, the change in climate and scenery taking a toll on him. Frank, hearing the commotion, rushed to check on him. Concerned for the boy's well-being, he mentioned that he had a neighbor who was a nurse and could help. With a newfound sense of hope, Izuku began to realize that perhaps he was not alone after all, and that he had a chance to build a better life. Frank approached the door next door and knocked, inviting Izuku and Rio Morales into his apartment. Rio, surprised to see that Frank had adopted a child, expressed her disbelief, but Frank assured her that he was full of surprises. Rio then examined Izuku thoroughly, checking his heartbeat, blood pressure, and sugar levels. As she noticed the scars on his body, Frank explained their origins, which saddened her. Rio concluded that Izuku was malnourished, with broken bones that had not healed properly, among other issues. She expressed gratitude that Frank had helped him. Izuku, feeling grateful as well, listened as Rio mentioned that she would take him to her hospital, where a friend could assist them. She highlighted the unfortunate reality of child abuse in the USA, emphasizing how lucky Izuku was to have survived this long. Frank reassured her that his connections would ensure their identities remained confidential. At that moment, Miles, Rio's son, entered the room. Rio introduced him to Izuku, and the two boys quickly found common ground. They discussed their favorite artists, with Izuku mentioning Snoop Dogg and Miles responding with Ice Cube, which led to a friendly exchange of compliments. As time passed, Izuku received treatment and therapy at the hospital, gradually improving. He enrolled in the same school as Miles, which brought him joy, knowing his best friend would be by his side. The following year, he met new friends, including girls, and began to emerge from his shell, reclaiming his childhood. During a field trip, both Izuku and Miles were bitten by radioactive spiders, granting them Spider-Man powers. They trained diligently, and after meeting Hisashi, Izuku adopted an anti-hero persona. With Frank's guidance, he embarked on missions around the world, earning a reputation for himself. One day, Izuku woke up to the sound of an earthquake. He got out of bed with his girlfriend, while Miles emerged from his room with his own girlfriend. They turned on the news to see a giant Sandman wreaking havoc. Sandman demanded the presence of Superior Spider-Man, threatening to kill people if he did not comply. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, prepared to confront the villain. As Izuku and his team arrived at the scene, Sandman taunted them, acknowledging Izuku's presence. Izuku, determined to protect civilians, strategized with his team to handle the threat. Sandman unleashed his henchmen, made of sand, but Izuku used his water quirk to turn them into mush, although more kept appearing. Realizing they needed to focus on Sandman himself, Izuku took charge, instructing his teammates to handle the henchmen while he confronted the main villain. Izuku swung into action, shooting webs at Sandman while dodging his attacks. He launched water bullets, turning Sandman into wet sand, and demanded to know the whereabouts of Kingpin. Sandman refused to divulge any information, vowing to kill Izuku instead. Undeterred, Izuku launched himself at Sandman, delivering powerful kicks and using his webs to restrain him. He opened a water container on the rooftop, sending a wave towards Sandman, freezing part of his body with an ice attack. However, Sandman quickly adapted, hardening his form and preparing to retaliate. Izuku, realizing he needed to push his limits, activated a powerful ability and charged at Sandman, landing a devastating punch. Despite Sandman's resilience, Izuku continued his assault until he was suddenly injured by a spike that Sandman had launched at him. Izuku was thrown back, crashing onto a rooftop, where he removed his mask and coughed up blood, feeling the weight of his weakness. In that moment of despair, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to embrace his power and fight back. Izuku realized that if he did not accept his abilities, he would lose everything he cared about. The memories of his father and Sir Night-Eye fueled his determination. He could not allow anything to happen to his loved ones. As Izuku's hair transformed, half turning white and his right eye glowing blue, he declared it was time to unleash his full potential. Sandman, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, prepared for a fight, wondering what would happen if he defeated Izuku and his friends. But as Izuku approached, Sandman recognized the darkness within him, realizing he was facing more than just a hero. With a newfound resolve, Izuku challenged Sandman to round 2, laughing at the villain's threats. He summoned a massive bolt of lightning, aiming it at Sandman, who narrowly dodged the attack. The battle was far from over, and Izuku was ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. As dark clouds gathered overhead, rain began to pour, soaking the Sandman and threatening to dissolve his sandy form. He struggled to maintain his shape, feeling the weight of the moisture. Meanwhile, Izuku leaped onto a nearby building, determined to confront his opponent. A lightning dragon materialized behind him, crackling with energy. Izuku contemplated the consequences of wet sand meeting lightning, revealing his next move. He unleashed a powerful attack, striking the Sandman and eliciting a scream of pain. In a desperate attempt to escape, the Sandman transformed back into his human form, facing Izuku directly. Despite his change, the Sandman insisted he still possessed his rock form, questioning why he could not use his quirks. Izuku informed him that he had destroyed those abilities, leaving the Sandman as an ordinary human. The Sandman protested, but Izuku, with a grip on his neck, taunted him about his fall from power, pondering what his daughter would think of her father's current state. The Sandman pleaded for his daughter to be left out of the conflict, but Izuku reminded him of his earlier threats against his own family. He expressed a darker truth about himself, revealing that he did not see himself as a hero but rather something much worse. The Sandman, resigned to his fate, asked for mercy, explaining that his life insurance would ensure his daughter's safety. He requested that Izuku honor this promise, despite their enmity. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed to fulfill the Sandman's last wish as a father. With a final act of compassion, he ended the Sandman's life, taking the ring from his finger as a reminder of their encounter. He looked down at his hands, reflecting on the weight of his actions. Gwen playfully smacked Izuku's head, prompting him to rub the spot and wonder what had just happened. His 4 girlfriends embraced him, tears in their eyes, relieved that he had returned to his normal self. Izuku apologized for scaring them, and they reassured him that everything was okay now. Storm suggested they leave, and Shuri agreed. As they departed, Izuku noticed Sandman's lifeless body and discovered a set of keys to a warehouse. That same night, he ventured to the warehouse garage, opening the door to find 10 suitcases filled with money. He collected them all and made his way to Sandman's ex-wife's apartment, sneaking inside to place the suitcases on the table just as she entered. She recognized him as the superior Spider-Man, and he explained that her ex-husband had sent the money for her and their daughter, fulfilling his last wish. She inquired if he had suffered, and he assured her that he had not. When she asked if he had killed Sandman, he expressed his regret. Grateful, she acknowledged that he had saved her ex-husband from himself and accepted the money. Izuku advised her to leave the city for her and her daughter's safety before departing and swinging back home, determined to confront Kingpin. Meanwhile, Inko woke up next to her daughter, having spent the night together. Izumi sat on her bed, gazing at a picture of their family from when they celebrated their 3rd birthday. She turned to her mother and asked if Hisashi loved them. Inko was taken aback by the question and reassured her daughter that Hisashi had not enjoyed meeting Izuku. Izumi wondered if her brother would ever forgive them, and Inko expressed her willingness to do anything for his forgiveness, even if it meant sacrificing her friendships. Izumi echoed her sentiment, ready to do the same for her friends. They headed downstairs for breakfast with their classmates, who were discussing ways to contact Izuku and check on his well-being. When they arrived at the auditorium, Eri clutched her Stitch plushie, visibly upset. Concerned, Ochako asked what was wrong, and Mirio explained that Eri missed her father. Momo, wanting to cheer her up, created a plushie of Izuku for Eri, who hugged it tightly and smiled. Nizu took the stage, ready to begin the next activity. He pressed a button to play a song, and the class watched as Izuku appeared on the screen, sitting on a rooftop with a bottle of liquor. He took a swig before tossing the bottle against the wall in frustration. Frank, who was with him, noted that it seemed like another difficult conversation was underway. Izuku expressed his anger at Hisashi for their encounters, revealing that Hisashi had threatened to hurt Inko and Izumi if he didn't comply. Inko and Izumi felt a wave of guilt wash over them, realizing they were causing Izuku pain without even knowing it. As Izuku continued to speak, he reflected on his hands, believing they were meant to save people but questioning if they were instead meant to take lives, identifying himself as a popular monster. As the music began, a sense of urgency filled the air. Izuku was overwhelmed with emotions, tears streaming down his face as he struggled with his inner turmoil. In that moment, both Ryo and Emma offered him comfort, embracing him as he released his frustrations. In a classroom setting, Nizu addressed the students, outlining their next task. Suddenly, a screen flickered to life, revealing a familiar figure. All for One appeared, his presence commanding attention. He acknowledged Inko and his daughter Izumi, but Izumi firmly rejected his claim of fatherhood, asserting her independence. All for One taunted All Might, revealing the shocking truth about Izuku's lineage. He explained that he had not merely copied a quirk for Izuku, instead, he had returned a quirk to him, dubbing it All for One too. The students listened intently as All for One elaborated on the unique abilities of his son, who could not only steal quirks but also combine and alter them, thanks to Inko's influence. The conversation shifted to a more pressing matter, Izuku's pursuit of the Sinister Six, a group hired by Kingpin for protection. All for One revealed that Izuku had just eliminated Sandman, intensifying the urgency of the situation. Izuku, feeling weak and burdened by guilt over past losses, resolved to grow stronger. He recognized that he needed to embrace his power to protect those he loved, including Gwen, Rogue, Felicia, MJ, Eri, Koda, and his family. As he made this determination, his hair began to shift from green to white, and his right eye transformed into a deep blue. All for One observed this transformation, noting the guilt that weighed heavily on Izuku for the death of Sir Night-Eye. The pressure of his friends and family relying on him to save them only deepened his resolve, pushing him to the brink of sacrificing his humanity for strength. The atmosphere in the room shifted as everyone felt a mix of heartbreak and frustration. They had always depended on Izuku in times of crisis, and now they were grappling with their own feelings of inadequacy. All for One then revealed a chilling detail about Kingpin, stating that he had instructed him to eliminate the Punisher. Inko was horrified, questioning why he would wish harm upon his own son. All for One's response was cold and calculated, revealing his longing for Izuku to become a being devoid of humanity, just like him. Aizawa stepped forward, requesting permission to retrieve Izuku, while Inko insisted on finding her son, regardless of the risks. Izumi expressed her willingness to leave UA if it meant helping Izuku, and Kyoka surprisingly agreed with her. However, Nizu intervened, explaining the dangers of their involvement. If the media discovered their presence in New York City, it would put them all in jeopardy, potentially igniting a war with villains. The students felt helpless, burdened by their inability to support Izuku during his darkest hour. Kirishima expressed his frustration, unwilling to let Izuku suffer alone. Denki raised a thought-provoking question about the nature of Izuku's transformation, suggesting that perhaps his family and friends were the anchors keeping him from fully succumbing to darkness. They realized that their connection to him might be the key to preventing him from losing himself entirely. Eri mentioned that someone had called her mother's name, and Koda suggested that they could become their father's heroes and save him. AM explained that this was the work of One for All, indicating that Izuku's uncle was helping him stay sane. Nizu instructed everyone to allow the staff to discuss matters among themselves. Ochako asked if they could use the training ground, and Aizawa agreed. VK confirmed that Kendo could ask her question. Eri then handed something to Ochako, saying it was a gift from her father for his classmates. Koda added that it was meant for Class 1B. The group discovered that the items were notebooks. Momo and Kendo eagerly flipped through the pages, their eyes widening as they realized the contents were about them. Momo noted that the notebooks detailed their strengths and weaknesses, while Itsuka pointed out that they also contained tips on how to become stronger, along with insights into Izuku's past. Katsumi remarked that it even included information about them. Koda recalled that their father had promised to help heroes grow stronger so they could survive and save others. Eri added that her father believed everyone deserved a chance to live if they wanted to. Izuku's past actions had shown that, despite everything, he still cared about them in his own way. Ochako proposed making copies of the notebooks to return to the kids, emphasizing that they should do this for Dikairu and support him. Everyone agreed, and they left, while Eri and Koda were treated to ice cream by Fuyumi. Meanwhile, the adults were engaged in their own conversation. Inko questioned whether AM regretted marrying her, especially given his association with villains. AM dismissed her concerns, expressing that he didn't regret falling in love with her and would protect their children from All for One. Inko professed her love for him, and he reciprocated. Mitsuki commented on how handsome AM looked, while Rei agreed. Endeavor inquired about their next steps, and Nizu suggested contacting Star and Stripes to reach out to Izuku. Inko expressed her hope that Izuku was okay, and Aizawa noted that only 3 individuals were still missing: Vulture, Mysterio, and Dr. Octopus. Inko expressed a longing to see Hisashi, but AM firmly stated that he wouldn't allow it. Niza mentioned that he would try, but Hisashi had the right to decline any visits. Aizawa added that this was only true unless it involved the problem child, prompting AM to express his frustration. The chapter concluded, leading into the next one, which would focus on a girls' group date, followed by the first part of the Harem songs and then the 4th mission involving Vulture. The story was nearing its conclusion, with the next book titled Deku's Secret on the horizon. In a new scene, Izuku woke up and headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. He looked at himself in the mirror and chuckled, reflecting on his appearance. Suddenly, he felt a light smack on the back of his head and turned to see his mother. She reassured him that it was who he was that mattered, emphasizing that nothing could change him from being the kind-hearted person he was, destined to wield great power that could change the world. Izuku thanked his mother, who then mentioned a sale for girls around Eri's age and asked what Eri liked. Izuku listed cute things like dresses and shirts with unicorns or cats, noting that Eri loved Stitch. Emma assured him that this wouldn't change him. She reminded him that the girls were waiting for him, and he wondered what for. Emma encouraged him to go outside, and he complied. When he stepped outside, he saw the girls dressed up and ready. Rogue greeted him affectionately, and Felicia explained that they wanted to help him after the Sandman incident. MJ suggested going on a little date, and Gwen eagerly asked for his response. Izuku agreed and went to change into his clothes before returning, ready to join them. They all headed out, taking the train to a cafe for breakfast before their day of activities. As they enjoyed their meal, two police officers nearby discussed the controversial figure of Superior Spider-Man. One officer defended him as a hero, while the other argued against the morality of his actions. Izuku overheard the conversation, feeling a sense of pride knowing he was making a difference, even if not everyone appreciated him. After finishing their meal, they paid and made their way to the mall, where Izuku decided to take a moment to rest and clear his mind. In his mindscape, he encountered his uncle, Yoichi, who expressed concern for Izuku's well-being. Izuku admitted he was struggling with the madness threatening to take over. Yoichi reassured him that One for All was helping him maintain control. Suddenly, Hisashi appeared, joining their conversation. Izuku was wary, asking what Hisashi wanted. Hisashi revealed that Inko and Eri were aware of the truth about him, their relationship, and Izuku's powers. Izuku acknowledged that they would eventually find out. Hisashi mentioned that Inko had been vocal about wanting him to stay away from Izuku. Izuku asked if Hisashi would keep his promise to not hurt them, to which Hisashi affirmed he would, as long as Izuku communicated with him. After a brief exchange, Hisashi departed, and Izuku returned to the present, where Felicia was watching him with concern. She asked if he was okay, and he explained that he had just been speaking with his uncle and father. Gwen then suggested they head home, but Izuku wanted to continue enjoying their day together. Izuku felt a strong longing to do something special. Rogue suggested they take action, and Izuku proposed stopping at a store. For agreed, and they made their way to the Disney store. Inside, Izuku picked out some Stitch merchandise, which Gwen noted would be perfect for Eri. Izuku confirmed that it was indeed for her, and Rogue commented on how cute the items looked. Felicia remarked on Eri's fondness for Stitch, to which Izuku agreed but expressed his concern about Wade, who had not contacted him since his return. Felicia found this strange, and MJ echoed her sentiment. Meanwhile, Deadpool was observing someone intently. He instructed the person to protect a photo of Eri smiling from bad people. After receiving a response, he decided it was time to head back home. Back with Izuku, the girls were determined to find something Eri would love. Although Izuku wanted to voice his objections, he realized he could not refuse their enthusiasm. As they walked, they overheard a report discussing the recent deaths of Kraven, Electro, and Sandman. Izuku noted how frequently they were mentioned, and Gwen explained that they had caused significant problems. Rogue agreed with her assessment. Suddenly, someone announced a singing contest with a prize of $1,000. Izuku, feeling adventurous, volunteered to participate. The host handed him a microphone, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the contest began. Every morning began with a sense of confusion, as Izuku woke up feeling lost. He often questioned whether he was merely going through a phase, but deep down he knew he wanted to feel okay. Battling with depression, he pondered if his struggles stemmed from post-traumatic stress or suppressed anger. Despite his doctor's reassurances, he felt trapped in a cycle of despair, longing for relief. Izuku faced daily challenges, feeling overwhelmed by his inner demons that seemed to rage simultaneously. This turmoil threatened to consume him, leaving him desperate for an escape. He grappled with feelings of deceit and disbelief, identifying himself as a popular monster, someone who appeared strong on the outside but was crumbling within. The weight of his emotions was heavy, and he felt as though he was falling apart while trying to find solace in. As he navigated his struggles, Izuku felt like he was running in circles, trapped in a maze with walls that only seemed to multiply. Each attempt to break free felt futile, and he often found himself wasting precious moments, inching closer to a fate he dreaded. His therapist's words echoed in his mind, insisting he was merely experiencing a stage, but he knew it was much deeper than that. In a moment of vulnerability, he confided in his father, Frank, expressing a profound fear of becoming like someone he despised. The gravity of his words shocked those around him, revealing a secret that weighed heavily on his heart. Questions arose about his father's identity, leaving Izuku uncertain about the truth of his lineage. Amidst the turmoil, Inko, his mother, felt compelled to confront Hisashi, believing he had no right to make their son's life miserable. A sense of urgency filled the air as they resolved to find him. The atmosphere shifted as the focus turned to Katsuki Bakugo, who approached the black disc, eager to uncover what lay ahead. As the scene unfolded, Izuku was seen with Emma and his Aunt Ryo, both examining his scars. The trio expressed their sorrow, realizing the depth of his pain. Aizawa, witnessing the scars, was taken aback, recalling that Izuku had appeared unscathed before. Speculations arose about whether he had concealed his injuries, but the truth was undeniable. Emma and Ryo shared a mutual longing to confront Inko, feeling anger towards her for her lack of awareness. Izuku, however, reassured them that his scars represented a new beginning, a testament to his resilience. As the music played, Izuku's thoughts drifted to an obsession that consumed him. He found it impossible to shake the feeling of longing for someone who had taken over his mind. The connection he felt was intense, and he often found himself checking his phone, eager for any sign of that person. His heartbeat quickened, and he was determined to move forward, believing that their bond was stronger than ever. Despite the chaos within, he recognized that he could not control his feelings. He embraced his obsession, understanding that it was part of who he was. Even in moments of doubt, he felt drawn closer to that person, unable to resist the pull of his emotions. In the end, he accepted that this obsession was a significant part of his journey, shaping him in ways he could not yet comprehend. Izuku pressed forward, consumed by thoughts of their bond, which felt stronger than ever. He found it difficult to control himself, feeling an overwhelming longing for more. Despite the challenges he faced, he felt a sense of self-integrity that drove him onward. Some might have called him old-fashioned, but he yearned for passion in his life. He acknowledged that he was obsessed, and this obsession fueled his determination. After a successful event, Izuku returned home, where he encountered a mother and her child. He generously gave them some money, bringing a smile to the mother's face. Upon arriving home, he noticed his brother Miles in tears. Concerned, Izuku approached him and asked what was wrong. Miles revealed the heartbreaking news about their father, Uncle Jefferson, who had been killed by Vulture. Izuku offered his support, reassuring Miles that they should go see their mother, who would likely be feeling sad. The scene shifted to Thursday morning, where Izumi struggled to sleep after learning about her father. She sat in front of her stepdad and mother, both unsure of how to comfort her. Inko began reminiscing about the special moments Izumi shared with All Might, highlighting the bond they had. All Might reassured Izumi that no matter what happened, she would always be his daughter, and he loved her deeply. This brought Izumi comfort, and she hugged him tightly. As Inko looked at a childhood picture of Izuku, she felt a pang of fear at the thought of him changing into someone unrecognizable. Determined, she vowed to prevent that transformation at all costs. They made their way to the auditorium, where they found their classmates exhausted but driven to become stronger. Aizawa noted the newfound determination among the students, and Nizu revealed that he had discovered Hisashi Midoriya was actually all for one. Aizawa requested permission to take action, but Nizu informed him that Lady Nagant had already been sent to investigate discreetly. Midnight commented on how much Nagant had changed, while Endeavor shared that Hawks believed Midoriya had inspired her to regain her heroism. Aizawa acknowledged the unique ability Midoriya had to turn villains into heroes, recognizing it as a special power. As the conversation continued, All Might expressed the need to discuss something important regarding young Midoriya's family, particularly his uncle. Inko was puzzled, as she did not have a brother, but All Might clarified that he meant Hisashi's younger brother, Yoichi, and began to explain the history of One for All. Aizawa realized that Hisashi's power might be helping Izuku maintain control. Inko recalled hearing the names Nana Shimura and Kotaro before, trying to piece together the connections. Nizu then announced that they would continue listening to songs, and the students responded enthusiastically. He selected Tamaki Amakiji to choose a song, and Tamaki, though shy, approached a suitcase filled with CDs. He handed one to Mirio, who discovered it was a song intended for some girls from UA. As Mirio played the song, Izuku was seen sitting down, engaged in a video call with Miles. They exchanged greetings, and Miles proudly referred to himself as the Harem King. Izuku shared stories about the girls he had met, and Miles teased him about his charm. As their conversation wrapped up, Miles mentioned that his mother was calling him, and Izuku asked him to say hello to Auntie. As the music began to play, the atmosphere filled with a sense of excitement. Izuku couldn't believe that MJ, Felicia, Rogue, and Gwen were open to the idea of adding more girls to his harem. He felt a surge of confidence, realizing that his father was right. He was destined to be a king. Nijire, sitting nearby, blushed deeply, unsure of how to respond to the unfolding situation. Denki, ever the enthusiastic supporter, proclaimed Izuku as the new HRM king, while Mineta expressed his frustration, questioning why it had to be Izuku. Denki defended his friend, highlighting that Izuku was not only charming and strong but also kind and a great father figure. Kirishima nodded in agreement, affirming Denki's words. Meanwhile, those who harbored feelings for Izuku contemplated whether they had a song that could express their emotions. Nizu, the wise mentor, decided to encourage the group to share more songs. He called out a name, prompting Ibra Itsuka to step forward. With determination, she approached the box of songs and selected one that resonated with her feelings. Ibra announced that the song was dedicated to Itsuka, who lit up with happiness and eagerly inquired about its title. Ibra revealed that the song was called Be My Valentine. As she played the song, Izuku, now back in his dorm, glanced at the microphone, feeling inspired to sing along, his heart full of emotion. As the music began, the atmosphere filled with excitement. The moment was dedicated to Itsuka Kendo, and she felt a rush of warmth as her friends from Class 1B playfully teased her about the love song. Itsuka, slightly embarrassed, acknowledged that Izuku knew her fondness for candy. Ibra chimed in, expressing approval for Izuku to be considered their big brother, which added to the light-hearted mood. Nizu, the wise and playful figure, decided to continue the event by picking another name from the box. Momo Yaoyorozu stepped forward, eager to choose a song. She hoped to find one that resonated with her or her friend Kyoka. As she rummaged through the box, she discovered a song meant for Kyoka and selected it with enthusiasm. Momo announced her choice, and Kyoka's cheeks flushed with surprise and delight. Mina, ever the instigator, inquired about the song's title, and Momo revealed it was called Perfect Just the Way You Are. Kyoka noted the similarity to another popular song, and Momo began to play it, showcasing her skills on the electric guitar while looking toward the microphone. Izuku introduced the song, dedicating it to Kyoka Jiro, emphasizing her perfection in his eyes. The lyrics conveyed a powerful message of self-acceptance and beauty, encouraging Kyoka to embrace her true self and ignore the negativity from others. The song celebrated her uniqueness and strength, resonating deeply with everyone present. As the music concluded, Kyoka felt a mix of emotions, her cheeks still flushed. Mina teased her, suggesting that she might have feelings for Izuku, which made Kyoka retort playfully. Meanwhile, the others, including Nijire, Itsuka, and Kyoka, felt a twinge of jealousy, wishing for their own songs dedicated to them. Nizu then called upon Kyoka Jiro to select the next song. Determined to return the favor, Kyoka decided to choose a song for Momo, acknowledging their friendship. She searched through the box until she found Momo's song and excitedly announced her choice. The title was 10,000 Hours, and she prepared to play it, knowing that Izuku would join her with his guitar and microphone. As the music started again, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation, and the celebration of friendship and affection continued to unfold, bringing everyone closer together in this heartfelt moment. As the music began to play, a sense of joy filled the air. Momo felt a surge of happiness as she listened to a love song dedicated to the boy who had captured her heart. In the classroom, Nizu announced a break, allowing the students to disperse for 20 minutes. The response was a chorus of agreement as they eagerly left their seats. Izumi approached Katsumi and Shoka, greeting them warmly. She inquired about their feelings regarding recent events. Katsumi expressed a longing to blame Katsuki for their troubles, but she quickly acknowledged that they were equally at fault for making Aiken's life difficult. Shoka agreed, noting how Aiken's new relationships seemed to have mended his broken heart, bringing him happiness. Katsumi resolved to stop pursuing Aiken, wanting him to live his life freely. Shoka echoed this sentiment, but both girls felt the sting of sadness. As they cried, Izumi comforted them with a hug. Nearby, Shoto and Katsuki overheard the conversation, feeling guilty for the role they played in their sister's unrequited feelings. In another part of the school, Eri and Koda were discussing their hopes for the future. Eri expressed her wish for a larger family, emphasizing the importance of their roles as the oldest siblings who needed to protect their younger ones. Koda agreed, embracing his role as an older brother. They returned to the auditorium, where Nizu was on the phone. He was coordinating with someone regarding Lady Nagin's arrival in New York City and her mission to find Midoriya. Inko, concerned for her son, wanted to speak with him but understood Nizu's need to gather information first. As the conversation shifted back to music, Nizu encouraged everyone to listen to Midoriya songs. Snipe was chosen to select a song from the box set, which piqued everyone's curiosity. He chose a piece titled Rumors, dedicating it to Midnight, who smirked in anticipation. As the song played, Izuku stepped up to the microphone, ready to share his voice with the audience. The music began, filling the air with an upbeat rhythm. A girl with long, appealing hair caught everyone's attention. She had a captivating presence that drew the gaze of all the boys around her. Her style was striking, featuring a short skirt and a jacket that accentuated her figure. One boy found himself wanting to spend time with her in private, intrigued by the rumors surrounding her. Whispers circulated about her fantastic physique, which was entirely natural, with no artificial enhancements. From head to toe, she was said to be incredibly flexible, and her reputation preceded her. The boy was skeptical of the rumors and wanted to see for himself, believing that first-hand experience was the best teacher. He was determined to have a private encounter, eager to understand the truth behind the tales. Despite the complexity of her character, which made her even more alluring, he felt a strong attraction. He was not one to wait around, and her captivating nature drew him into a game he was ready to play. She was known for her vibrant energy and love for parties, which only intensified his feelings of loneliness amidst the rumors. He longed to know her better. As the music played, the scene shifted to a classroom where Izuku reflected on having Midnight as a teacher. He felt a twinge of jealousy, knowing that others might be close to her. Midnight, with a playful demeanor, considered speaking to him after class in a private setting, aware of the stir she caused. Aizawa, the teacher, intervened, expressing his gratitude for Midnight's restraint around his students, particularly Izuku, whom he referred to as a problem child. Midnight confidently pointed out that Izuku was of legal age, implying that there were no barriers to pursuing a connection. Nizu, the principal, redirected the focus to the class activity, selecting Tsuyu Azui to participate. Tsuyu, with her cheerful demeanor, approached the box containing the last remaining disc and chose a song. She dedicated it to Ochako, who blushed at the attention and asked for the song's title. Tsuyu announced it was Pretty Brown Eyes, and as the melody filled the room, the scene shifted back to Izuku in his dorm, where he began to play along with the music, lost in the moment. The music began, setting an upbeat atmosphere. A girl appeared around the corner, exuding a model-like presence with her magazine-worthy figure. She had long, straight hair and moved with an effortless grace, captivating everyone around her. It was a moment of pure enchantment, leaving one observer momentarily speechless. The feeling was undeniable, as if love at first sight had come to life. He felt frozen in place, unable to move, until she glanced up, sparking a rush of courage within him. He admired her from a distance, noting her vibrant energy and confidence. She was clearly someone who enjoyed life, coming from the city and embracing every moment. The music played on, and it was clear she was the life of the party, dancing with abandon. Initially shy, he finally gathered the nerve to approach her, feeling a connection that was hard to ignore. As the night unfolded, the atmosphere was electric. The girl, with her captivating brown eyes, was a standout, and he felt drawn to her. He envisioned spending time together, sharing laughter and joy. The party was lively, and he could sense her adventurous spirit, which made him even more eager to connect. Meanwhile, friends from the group observed the scene, sharing their thoughts and playful banter. One of them expressed hope that they would be included in the unfolding romance, while another wondered about their mutual friend, Izuku. The playful teasing continued, with comments about relationships and the dynamics within their circle. As the evening progressed, the focus shifted back to the girl, who was now preparing to choose a song. She approached the music box, her excitement palpable. With a smile, she dedicated a song to her friend, Mina, announcing it was called "One in a Million." As the music played, the scene shifted to Izuku, dressed in a tuxedo and standing confidently in front of a microphone on a rooftop, ready to make a memorable impression. The setting was perfect, and the anticipation in the air was thick with possibilities. The night was still young, and the connections being forged promised to be unforgettable. As the music began, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The scene was vibrant, filled with individuals who had experienced life in various ways. Among them was a confident figure, known for his adventurous spirit and charm. He had traveled the world, met countless people, and had his share of romantic encounters. Yet, despite all his experiences, he had never encountered anyone quite like her. She stood out in a crowd, her presence radiating a unique glow that captivated him. While he had been with many, none had left an impression like she did. He found himself drawn to her, feeling a connection that was rare and profound. Although he was uncertain about love, he recognized that there was something special about her that set her apart from everyone else. In her company, the distractions of the world faded away. She was unlike any other. Her independence and self-sufficiency were admirable. She didn't seek validation through material possessions or wealth. Instead, she embraced her individuality, which only deepened his admiration for her. He felt a sense of pride in her strength, and together they thrived, celebrating their victories. As they continued to explore their connection, he realized that she was truly one in a million. She was the best he had ever encountered, and he was certain that nothing could compare to what they shared. She was a rare gem, one of a kind, and he couldn't help but envision a future together. His thoughts were consumed by the possibilities that lay ahead. In a lively setting, a group of friends gathered, discussing their favorite songs and sharing laughter. One of them, Izuku, dedicated a song to the fabulous Mina Ishido, expressing his admiration for her. Mina, excited by the gesture, contemplated reaching out to his other friends to see if they would be open to sharing him. However, her friends reminded her to take things one step at a time, suggesting that she first prove her intentions. Inko, reflecting on past experiences, noted how Hisashi had always attracted many admirers during their outings. The atmosphere shifted as Nizu announced that there were only 2 more performances left for the day. He called on Pixie Bob, who eagerly searched for the perfect song. Midnight encouraged him to choose wisely, and Bob soon found a track that resonated with him. With a playful grin, Bob revealed that the song was dedicated to Mirko, who felt a rush of warmth at the thought. As the music played, the group enjoyed the moment, celebrating their friendships and the bonds they shared. The energy in the room was infectious, and everyone felt a sense of belonging, united by their experiences and the music that filled the air. As the music played softly in the background, Izuku finished his drawing, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. His quirk, which allowed him to see things that were invisible to others, had led him to create an image of his classmate, Toru Hagakure. He hoped she would appreciate his artistic interpretation and not think of him as inappropriate. Toru looked at the drawing and was surprised to see herself depicted so beautifully. Mina chimed in, agreeing with Toru's beauty, while Momo acknowledged that Izuku's quirk was indeed special, allowing him to perceive what others could not. Toru's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she realized that Izuku had seen her in a vulnerable state while she wore her costume. Kyoka pointed out that Izuku often spoke to Toru with his eyes closed, which made sense now. The girls shared a moment of understanding and camaraderie, appreciating Izuku's thoughtful nature. As the class came to an end, Nizu, their teacher, informed them that he and the staff needed to speak with Izuku. The students responded in unison, acknowledging their teacher's request. Later, Izuku arrived at a designated meeting point where he found Miles waiting for him. They were there to confront Vulture, a villain who posed a significant threat. Miles mentioned the upcoming funeral for his father, expressing his struggle with painful memories of a man who had been consumed by alcohol. Izuku empathized, sharing his own experiences with difficult family dynamics. He encouraged Miles to channel his pain into something positive, like becoming a hero who inspires hope. Miles considered Izuku's words and felt a renewed sense of purpose. He asked about the perception of Izuku's actions in Japan, wondering if people might see him as a villain. Izuku admitted that there was a chance, but reassured Miles that he had friends who supported him. They decided to proceed with their mission, ready to face whatever awaited them. As they approached the factory, they kicked the door open and were met with a group of villains. Vulture confronted them, demanding to know what they were doing there. In response, Izuku and Miles declared their intention for revenge. The villains charged at them, and Izuku utilized his abilities, striking with precision and strength. He felt a surge of power as he took down the enemies around him. During the chaos, Izuku noticed a child at his feet, prompting him to revert to his normal self. Vulture, desperate to maintain control, threatened the child, claiming he intended to sell him. In a moment of determination, Izuku created a clone to distract Vulture while he shot webs to restrain him. As Vulture attempted to flee, Izuku pursued him, using his newfound abilities to gain the upper hand. In the ensuing confrontation, Izuku managed to overpower Vulture, demanding to know the whereabouts of other missing children. Vulture, realizing he was cornered, tried to escape but was met with Izuku's relentless pursuit. As the fight escalated, Izuku utilized his quirk to gain altitude, launching himself into the air to confront Vulture on the rooftop. Just as Izuku was about to deliver the final blow, a shot rang out, and he recognized Lady Nagant's presence. Vulture attempted to retaliate, but Izuku swiftly disarmed him, taking his quirk in the process. Miles arrived with the child, ready to confront Vulture himself. He revealed his connection to Jefferson Davis, his father, and in a moment of vengeance, he ended Vulture's life. With the threat neutralized, Izuku merged with his clone, ensuring the safety of the child they had rescued. As they prepared to leave, Lady Nagant joined them, confirming that Nizu had sent her to assist. They decided to take the child to the authorities, ensuring he would find a loving home. The child, named Kotaro, expressed his longing for Izuku to be his new father. Izuku, touched by the request, felt a sense of responsibility and warmth. He reassured Kotaro that he would be there for him, embracing the idea of expanding his family. With newfound determination, Izuku looked forward to the future, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Izuku Midoriya felt a sense of determination as he walked back to the dorms, accompanied by his friends Miles and Lady Nagant. They had just encountered a young boy in need, and Izuku's instinct to help had kicked in. The boy, Kotaro, had quickly become a part of their lives, and as they returned, they were met with the warm embrace of their family. Emma expressed her concern, reminding Izuku that he should inform them before leaving to fight. He apologized, acknowledging their worry. Gwen and MJ were curious about the boy, and Felicia eagerly hoped that Izuku had adopted him. Rogue found Kotaro adorable and asked for his name. Izuku confirmed that he had indeed adopted Kotaro, who was excited to meet his new family. As the group gathered around Kotaro, he smiled and called them mamas, which brought joy to everyone. They all hugged him tightly, and Kotaro complimented them, calling them pretty. The excitement grew as they discussed how to dress him, with ideas ranging from onesies to costumes. Kotaro, however, found Rogue's suggestion of sailor outfits a bit scary. Izuku decided it was time to go shopping for Kotaro, promising to cover the expenses. Emma agreed and they prepared to head out. Before they left, Izuku reminded Lady Nagant to enjoy the apartment while he took care of some unfinished business with old adversaries. With a shared understanding, they all parted ways, each with their own tasks ahead. Meanwhile, in his underground bunker, Kingpin was growing increasingly frustrated. He had lost several members of the Sinister Six to Izuku's relentless pursuit. Dr. Octopus tried to reassure him, but Kingpin was determined to find a way to regain control. He revealed his plan, activating a device that released two symbiotes, which quickly took over their hosts. Kingpin felt a renewed sense of excitement about the upcoming confrontation. Back at UA High School, Class 1A was hard at work in the training grounds, pushing themselves to their limits. They were united in their goal of becoming stronger and not being a burden to anyone. As they trained, they noticed Izuku standing alone before a group of villains, and their concern for him grew. Aizawa observed the scene while sipping his coffee, reflecting on Izuku's resilience despite his troubled past. He saw a bit of himself in Izuku, remembering a fellow hero who had faced similar struggles. After hours of training, the class reconvened in the auditorium to listen to more of Izuku's music. Nizu welcomed everyone back and called on Mina Ishido to take her turn. Mina, eager to break from the love songs, chose a lively track called Stand Out. As the music played, the atmosphere shifted, and the students became energized. A mysterious figure in a yellow outfit appeared, capturing everyone's attention. The vibrant melody filled the room, and the crowd cheered as the performers sang about standing out and making an impression. The energy in the auditorium was electric, and the students were fully engaged, enjoying the performance. As the song concluded, the performer made a swift exit, evading the teachers who attempted to catch him. Miles, who had been watching from the sidelines, joined Izuku as they quickly changed out of their costumes, leaving them behind in the trash. They shared a moment of exhilaration, laughing about the principal's reaction to their antics as they made their escape. The boys erupted in laughter, surprised that Izuku would take such a bold step. Mina remarked that he was now a bad boy, and the group imagined him wearing a leather jacket, exuding confidence and charm. The thought sent a rush of excitement through them. Nizu mused that if he had known Midoriya had this side to him, he would have gladly made him one of his students. The staff, however, urged him to keep things appropriate, and Nizu playfully acknowledged their concerns before moving on to the next activity. Manga stepped forward, ready for his turn. He approached the suitcase filled with music and selected a song that caught his eye. He announced that the choice was not suitable for young children, prompting Mirio and Mandalay to act quickly. They handed out phones and noise-canceling headphones to the younger ones, ensuring they were distracted while the older group continued. Manga revealed the title of the song, SEC Therapy, and played it, showcasing Izuku in the studio. Dressed in a tuxedo, he looked incredibly appealing, causing his admirers to blush at the sight. Miles, eager to join in, prepared himself, and Izuku confirmed he was ready for whatever came next. The music began, setting a lively tone for the gathering. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as the characters engaged in playful banter about their preferences in partners. Izuku found himself pondering whether his girlfriends would appreciate the allure of Mirko's impressive tights. The thought made him smile, and it was clear that his admiration for her was shared among his friends, who exchanged amused glances. Denki remarked on the similarities between fathers and sons, drawing attention to Kota, who was momentarily confused by the comment. Mandalay reminded everyone that Kota was still quite young, while Inko chimed in, revealing Hisashi's preferences for certain body types. Kirishima speculated about Frank's tastes, suggesting he might lean towards a different aesthetic. Mirko playfully offered her willingness to engage with anyone interested, while Midnight cautioned everyone to stay in line. The group agreed, with Mirko asserting that it was a matter of first come, first served. Nizu, the organizer of the event, called out a name from the list, prompting Yuga Aoyama to step forward. He confidently declared it was time for him to shine and selected a song from the collection, dedicating it to Hagakure. The anticipation grew as the music played, and Izuku immersed himself in his drawing, inspired by the melody. As the song unfolded, it conveyed themes of longing and connection, emphasizing the beauty of independence and self-sufficiency. The lyrics celebrated a woman who could stand on her own, evoking a sense of pride and admiration. The music created a vivid atmosphere, allowing everyone to feel the energy and passion behind the words. After the song concluded, Izuku sought feedback on his performance. Miles noted that his girlfriends had fainted from the intensity of the moment, suggesting that it had made a significant impact. The class was left in stunned silence, realizing that Izuku had boldly expressed his feelings through music, which added to the shock of the evening. Nizu encouraged the group to continue, selecting another name from the list. Yosetsu Owaze stepped up, ready to share his choice. He rummaged through the suitcases, while Mirio and Mandalay exchanged knowing looks, understanding the need to keep the younger attendees entertained. Owaze announced the title of his song, Do What We Do, and as the music began, the scene shifted to reveal Izuku in a relaxed pose, showcasing a side of him that surprised everyone. The gathering was filled with laughter, music, and unexpected revelations, creating a memorable experience for all involved. The music began, setting an energetic atmosphere. Izuku and Miles were excited about their plans to create a video. Izuku, with a playful smirk, considered which of his girlfriends might join them in this endeavor. The group of friends, known for their light-hearted banter, shared in the anticipation, each one eager to be part of the project. Inko reflected on Hisashi's flirtatious nature, noting how he had a way of capturing hearts effortlessly. Midnight expressed her willingness to participate, but Aizawa, protective of his students, playfully reprimanded her for showing interest in Izuku. Their friend Mike chimed in, teasing Aizawa about his protective instincts. Nizu, ever the organizer, decided it was time to move on and selected Minoru Mineta to take his turn. Mineta, thrilled to finally have his moment, approached the disc with enthusiasm. Mandalay had taken Eri and Koda out for ice cream, knowing Mineta's reputation. With a confident grin, Mineta chose a song titled Ride, and as the music played, the group watched Izuku, dressed in a stylish suit reminiscent of his time in the studio, prepare for the next part of their creative adventure. Both Izuku and Miles were ready to dive into the fun that lay ahead. The music began, setting a lively atmosphere. Inko found herself back in the auditorium, taking a seat as the projector flickered to life. Images appeared on the screen, and she recognized the familiar face of Hisashi. Hisashi greeted Inko, and she immediately questioned his intentions. He expressed a longing to talk, but Inko remained skeptical, insisting that their past actions disqualified them from calling Izuku their son. Hisashi countered, asserting that no matter what happened, Izuku would always be their child. The conversation shifted when All for One, known as AFO, entered the scene. He addressed Izumi, asking if she would be willing to kill Izuku if he turned to darkness and lost his humanity. Izumi firmly declared her intention to save him, rejecting the notion of harming her brother. AFO, unfazed, warned that Izuku had already tasted violence and questioned what would happen if he became a villain. As AFO departed, Inko and Izumi exchanged worried glances, both feeling the weight of the conversation. Inko urged her daughter not to share what had transpired, and AM promised to keep it a secret. An hour later, the girls regained consciousness, their memories of the songs making them blush. They returned to find everyone waiting, seated in anticipation. Nizu stepped forward, announcing that Lady Nagant had informed him of Vulture's demise, prompting gasps from the crowd. Aizawa noted that only 2 members of the Sinister Six remained. Concern grew for Izuku as Nizu revealed that Lady Nagant had been frightened by him, recounting how he had laughed during his violent acts. Just then, Eri innocently asked if her mother's uncle, the Rat Man, was involved. Nizu smiled and clarified that it was actually Eri's new baby brother who had intervened. The revelation that Izuku had adopted a toddler boy, whose family had been killed, brought joy to Eri and Koda, who were excited about their new roles as siblings. Nizu assured everyone that he would speak with Izuku the following morning to share the truth. As the atmosphere lightened, Nizu decided to continue with the HRM songs, selecting a name for the new addition, Reiko Yanagi. Reiko eagerly approached the stage, ready to play a song for Azui. Tsuyu requested the song La Da Di, and as it played, Izuku was seen sitting with a ukulele, ready to join in the musical celebration. The music began to play, setting the mood for the evening. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, but one person stood out in the crowd. Whenever that individual was absent, a sense of emptiness took hold. As the night unfolded, the protagonist felt a longing that could not be ignored. They donned a pair of shades, attempting to mask their emotions, but the truth was evident. The presence of that special someone had consumed their thoughts. The protagonist ventured out into the lively scene, surrounded by people, yet felt a profound sense of solitude. Despite the vibrant energy and the allure of others, their mind was solely focused on one person. The allure of the party faded into the background, overshadowed by the memory of shared moments. The protagonist had tasted the sweetness of connection, but now felt as though they would only bring down the mood around them. As they scanned the room, the beauty of those around them was undeniable, yet none could compare to the one who occupied their heart. The protagonist was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, feeling both exhilarated and anxious. The music played on, but it was the absence of that special someone that echoed in their mind. In the midst of the festivities, thoughts of that person lingered. The crowd was filled with laughter and chatter, but all the protagonist could see was their face. The noise of the party faded, replaced by the haunting memory of their voice. Surrounded by many, the protagonist felt an overwhelming sense of longing, realizing that no one else could fill the void left by that person. Meanwhile, in a quieter corner, friends were engaged in their own conversations. Momo was busy preparing an ice pack to help Tsuyu cool down, who was overwhelmed with joy at having a song dedicated to her. The group speculated about the remaining songs yet to be revealed, pondering who they might be for. Kirishima wondered aloud who among the girls close to Midoriya had not yet received a song. In that moment, Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi shared a silent understanding. They knew deep down that the last 3 songs were not meant for them. Despite their awareness, a sense of hurt lingered. They recognized that their actions had contributed to Izuku losing any affection he once held for them, leaving them to grapple with their feelings amidst the celebration. As the night continued, the protagonist's thoughts remained fixated on the one person who truly mattered. The music played on, but their heart was elsewhere, yearning for a connection that felt just out of reach. The girls were still young and eager for romance with the boy they admired. Nizu announced that the next person to choose a song was Mei Hatsum. Mei approached the last 3 remaining songs, contemplating her choice. She was drawn to one song but questioned its title, wondering why it was called Trust Fund Baby. Mina asked for clarification, and Mei explained that the title didn't resonate with her, as she felt it was the opposite of who she was. Kyoka suggested that the only way to find out was to play the song, and Mina agreed. As the music began, they saw Izuku in the classroom, covered in smoke and scratches. Inko expressed concern about his condition, and Mei explained that he had been helping her with her machines. Eri, curious, asked about the babies, and Mirio clarified that Mei was referring to her inventions. The song played, and its lyrics conveyed a longing for authenticity over superficiality. The singer expressed a preference for a girl who was independent and down-to-earth, someone who didn't flaunt wealth or adhere to societal expectations. The message resonated with the group, prompting Momo to reflect on the singer's apparent disdain for materialism. Kyoka interpreted the lyrics as a rejection of snobby, rich girls who believed themselves to be the most appealing and boasted about their possessions. She pointed out that Momo, who was humble and did not flaunt her wealth, fit the description of the kind of girl the singer desired. Mei appreciated the song, noting how it made a girl feel special. Mirko speculated that perhaps Izuku's father had taught him these values. Mandalay humorously suggested that Koda would have a HRM when he grew older, to which Koda simply replied that it was a possibility. Eri, however, mentioned that her father had told her he would be sad if she got a boyfriend, and she didn't want to upset him. Momo playfully asked if Eri had signed a contract regarding this, and Eri confirmed that she had. The girls laughed, recognizing this as typical behavior for a protective father. Nizu, amused by the exchange, decided to move on and announced that the next person to choose a song was Mirko. She selected the second-to-last song, titled Appealing Monster, which was meant for Lady Nagant. As the song played, they witnessed a scene of destruction from a fierce battle, with Endeavor commenting on the chaos that had unfolded. The students of Class 1A felt frustrated, realizing they were merely bystanders while powerful opponents clashed. As the music continued, they caught a glimpse of Izuku on a rooftop, beginning to sing, capturing the attention of everyone present. As the music began, a sense of longing filled the air. A character sought guidance and support, expressing a deep need for companionship until the very end. They reflected on the warmth and love conveyed through a smile, recognizing the bond that made them feel secure. This person was not just a fleeting presence. They were the first love and a source of escape from the challenges of life. The character cherished the sound of their companion's voice, which resonated like an angel's song, providing comfort through both good times and bad. The character had learned to embrace each day fully, understanding the importance of living in the moment. They expressed a longing for their companion to remain by their side, promising not to turn away. Despite the struggles they faced, the character felt grateful for the unwavering support of their loved ones. They wished for happiness for their sisters, even if they were not directly involved in their lives. As the scene shifted to a Saturday morning, Nizu awaited a video call from Izuku Midoriya. When the call connected, Nizu inquired about Izuku's well-being and expressed concern about his past. Izuku, however, preferred to move forward rather than dwell on past hardships. Nizu revealed that they were aware of significant truths regarding Izuku's family and his struggles with his quirk. Despite their pleas, Izuku felt compelled to continue his mission, indicating that there were hidden secrets yet to be revealed. Nizu, sensing the gravity of the situation, shared his worries with the staff, particularly Aizawa. He described Izuku's alarming transformation, noting the drastic changes in his appearance and aura. Inko, concerned for her son, learned that there were more songs containing secrets about Izuku and his sister, Izumi. The group decided to gather and listen to these songs, hoping to uncover the truths that lay within. As they assembled in the auditorium, Nizu explained that Izuku was undergoing a troubling change. Kirishima expressed curiosity about the nature of the secrets, while Izumi felt apprehensive about her involvement. Nizu retrieved a box containing 3 songs, and they prepared to listen to the first one, titled No Way Out. As the song played, a scene unfolded featuring a 12-year-old Izuku on a rooftop, visibly distressed. He expressed his anger and frustration over a shocking revelation about his biological father being a notorious villain and the implications of inheriting a powerful quirk. His friend Miles attempted to calm him, but Izuku's emotions ran high, grappling with the weight of his lineage and the turmoil it brought. The narrative continued to explore the complexities of Izuku's journey, the bonds of friendship, and the secrets that shaped their destinies, all while maintaining a focus on the characters' growth and the challenges they faced together. Miles felt a deep sadness as he reflected on his identity, believing he was destined to be a monster. The music played in the background, echoing his thoughts as he pondered the length of the road ahead. All he wanted was to go home, and he wished he were stronger so that he could confront his challenges head-on. The uncertainty weighed heavily on him, as he struggled to find direction, feeling that his life was spiraling out of control. Yet, there was one person who never gave up on him, and he wondered what that person saw in him. Frank Castle appeared in his mind, a reassuring presence that brought a smile to his face. Miles was torn, caught in a cycle of addiction to his past, unable to erase the memories that haunted him. His inner turmoil left him feeling disconnected, both in mind and heart, and he questioned if there was a way out of his pain. Always on edge, he felt a sense of rejection, grappling with the weight of his actions. He longed to make amends, to right the wrongs he had committed, and to gain the trust of those he had affected. As he sat in a room filled with seats, he closed his eyes and imagined his grandmother, Nana, beside him. She acknowledged his struggles and reminded him of the goodness in his heart. They discussed the truth that would soon come to light, and she expressed her belief in the goodness of his father. Despite his doubts, Miles reassured her that his family, including his mother and sister, were in good hands with All Might, who could protect them. Nana reminded him that he was also part of that family, even while attending UA. Miles reflected on his appearance, envisioning his black hair as blue and his eyes filled with determination. He felt like a monster but knew that he could still be a hero in her eyes. Nana reminded him of the lives he had saved as Superior Spider-Man, including those of his children. Despite his guilt, he acknowledged the thrill of his power, even as he struggled with the darkness within him. Determined to save Tenko, whom he considered family, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Nana pledged to support him, and they both wondered what Frank was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Frank was driving with Vulture tied to a car, seeking vengeance against those who had wronged his family. Back in the living world, Miles heard the police radio crackling with reports of Rhino causing chaos. He quickly donned his costume and contacted his team, ready to confront the threat. Upon arrival, he found the police commissioner and his team in distress. As Rhino charged at him, Miles deftly dodged the attacks and used his webs to rescue his father-in-law and the officers, urging them to escape. Miles prepared for battle, feeling a surge of determination. He engaged Rhino, skillfully evading his brute force while landing blows in return. He climbed onto Rhino's back, taunting him and making light of the situation. However, the fight took a turn when Rhino managed to slam him against a wall. Rising to his feet, Miles confronted Rhino, criticizing his low tactics. As the battle raged on, he was shocked to see Gwen arrive, having learned the truth about her mother's fate. She was furious, demanding justice for her loss. Miles urged her to remain calm, reminding her of the good they had done together and the lives they had saved. He held her hands, encouraging her to remember that their purpose was to give life, not take it. Gwen broke down in tears, and Miles embraced her, allowing her to release her sadness. As he noticed George approaching, he reassured Gwen to stay back while he confronted Rhino. With newfound determination, Miles combined his quirks, transforming into a powerful force. He unleashed his Blizzard Fist, charging at Rhino with fierce intent. The clash was intense, and Miles delivered a devastating blow that sent Rhino crashing to the ground. He continued to pummel him relentlessly, and as the fight reached its climax, the scene turned grim. The blood on his hands was a stark reminder of the violence he had unleashed. Yet, in that moment, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. He felt alive, as if this was his true calling, even as his team stepped back in shock at the transformation he had undergone. Izuku was feeling overwhelmed as he swung through the city at full speed, ignoring the concerns of his friends. Gwen and George arrived, searching for him. Miles explained that Izuku had left, and they were all frightened by his sudden change. Felicia expressed regret for making him feel bad, while Rogue suggested they go find him. Gwen agreed, and they set off just as the police arrived, with George assuring them that everything was under control. Meanwhile, Izuku continued to swing through the city, grappling with the dark influence of All for One. The villain encouraged him to embrace his madness, rage, and evil side, urging him to become the monster he was destined to be, just like his father. Suddenly, Wade appeared, interrupting the dark thoughts. He informed Izuku that he had located Mysterio, who had bonded with Venom. Wade mentioned that he had a perfect gift for his niece Eri and Koda, prompting Izuku to reveal that he had also adopted a toddler. Wade realized he needed to get something else for Koda and decided to think about it later. As they left, Deadpool was already plotting something. He reminded his companion not to spoil the surprise. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, having scared his friends with his newfound power. Deadpool reassured him that his friends were not afraid but rather shocked to see him in that state. They were family, and it hurt them to see him like that. Curious about the gifts, Izuku asked what Deadpool had in mind for Eri and Koda. Deadpool hinted that it would be something that would make Eri happy and also keep the boys away from her, while also being a chick magnet for Koda. He had an idea for a pet for Kotaro and promised to get it later. Upon arriving at their destination, they found the doors locked. They kicked the door open and entered the empty theater, making their way to the front. Izuku recognized Mysterio, who taunted him, claiming he would regret their encounter. Izuku, feeling angry, cracked his knuckles and prepared to vent his frustration. Mysterio warned him that he would face his minions. With determination, Deadpool drew his swords, ready for battle. Izuku felt the urge to unleash his true power. They charged at the 30 minions, splitting up to take on 15 each. The fight was intense, with both of them dodging attacks and taking down their foes one by one. Izuku noted that the minions were surprisingly strong, to which Deadpool agreed. In the midst of the chaos, a woman was in danger of being killed. Izuku instinctively jumped in front of her, taking a stab to his right eye, which caused him to scream in pain. Deadpool quickly shot the attacker, while Izuku retaliated with his spider legs. The woman expressed concern for Izuku's injury, but he urged her to escape and assured her they would be fine. She ran away, but in the struggle, Izuku's mask was torn off, revealing his left eye, which had blue spots. Mysterio gloated about his plans, but Izuku was determined to fight back. He apologized to Yaoyorozu for using her quirk in this way and combined his creation quirk with his sound quirk and another elemental quirk. He crafted something unique, prompting Deadpool to ask if it was a guitar. Izuku confirmed that it was no ordinary guitar, it was a rock-out-loud guitar, ready to unleash its power. The music began to play, filling the air with an emotional resonance that stirred the hearts of those present. Shoka Todoroki stood at the front of the room, her thoughts heavy with the weight of her feelings. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone quite like Izuku Midoriya. He was sharp and intense, captivating her in ways she could not fully understand. Despite the fear that accompanied her attraction, she found herself drawn to him, unable to resist the magnetic pull he exerted. As the song continued, Shoka reflected on the changes that had taken place in her life and the lives of those around her. Mirko noted how much Shoka had transformed and mentioned that the new hero commissioner had even given her a chance after everything that had happened. Nizu, the wise principal, recalled how Midoriya had spoken to Shoka alone, leading her to accept Lady Nagant back into their circle. The mystery of what Midoriya had said lingered in the air, leaving everyone curious about the impact of his words. The atmosphere shifted as Nizu decided it was time to listen to one last love song before concluding the day's activities. He expressed his hope to learn more from Midoriya during their early morning conversation. Shoka, determined yet emotional, approached the microphone, her heart racing as she prepared to share her feelings through music. She glanced at her sister, Fuyumi, and dedicated the song to her, knowing it would resonate deeply. Fuyumi, surprised by the dedication, hesitated, expressing her reluctance to listen. However, Shoka reassured her, acknowledging that her feelings for Izuku were profound, even if they would never be reciprocated in the same way. She was willing to step back for his happiness, a testament to her selflessness. Izumi and Katsumi, supportive friends, rallied behind Shoka, promising to stand by her side as she navigated her emotions. They understood the complexity of her situation and were ready to offer their encouragement. With a deep breath, Shoka began to sing, channeling her feelings into the melody, hoping that Izuku would hear her heart through the notes. The room was filled with anticipation as she prepared to share her truth, determined to make her feelings known, no matter the outcome. Izuku screamed in pain as he and Venom were being torn apart, unable to withstand the agony. In response, more henchmen were dispatched. Izuku transformed his guitar into a scythe and slammed it into the ground, pulling the strings to create a sound wave that made the henchmen vanish. The noise was unbearable for them, causing them to retreat. Izuku demanded that Mysterio give up, but Mysterio refused. As Izuku continued to play, Mysterio screamed in pain. Deadpool then threw a grenade, igniting Mysterio and causing them to separate. Deadpool quickly grabbed a small vacuum and essayed venom into it, expressing his frustration. Izuku confronted Mysterio, warning him that this was the end and demanding the ring before he would regret it for the rest of his life. Mysterio remained defiant, creating numerous clones of himself. Izuku and Deadpool positioned themselves back to back, engaging in a coordinated attack against the clones. Izuku rolled over Deadpool's back and kicked one of the clones into dust. He then ducked as Deadpool fired his submachine gun, causing the clones to disappear one by one. Izuku used his scythe to eliminate 5 more. Finally, Izuku punched the real Mysterio, cracking the fishbowl helmet. He swept Mysterio's legs, gaining the upper hand and delivering a punch that shattered the helmet. Seizing Mysterio, he took his quirk. Mysterio pleaded for his power to be returned, but Izuku refused, asserting his determination to keep it. He brought Mysterio closer, warning him that Kingpin would be next and that he should be prepared to face his end. With a decisive move, Izuku broke Mysterio's neck, leaving his body lifeless on the ground. He then removed Mysterio's mask, feeling a sense of transformation. As Izuku reveled in his victory, he was suddenly slapped hard by Felicia. He spotted his girlfriends rushing to hug him, expressing their sorrow for any pain they may have caused him. They were tearful, apologizing for their actions. Izuku reassured them that it was all right and that they had nothing to worry about. Gwen pointed out the scar on Izuku's face, to which he responded that it was a mark from saving someone and that he thought it looked cool. Rogue complimented him, saying he looked hot, which surprised him. Deadpool interrupted, reminding them that he had to leave to get a pet for Kotaro. Izuku agreed, but Gwen cautioned Deadpool to avoid anything dangerous, knowing that Aunt Emma would disapprove. Deadpool cheerfully announced his departure in a helicopter designed to resemble him. As they returned home, it was getting late. Upon arrival, they found Emma with Kotaro, who excitedly called for his father. Emma expressed concern over Izuku's scar, but he reassured her that it was from saving someone. Kotaro thought the scar was cool and even expressed a longing for one himself, to which Izuku gently explained that his mother and grandmother would not approve. Izuku suggested they play Black Ops 6 together, and Kotaro enthusiastically agreed. Emma, however, insisted that there would be no zombies in their game. Gwen then shared that her father was officially retiring, preferring to be a grandfather rather than a police commissioner. Emma found this typical of Gwen's father, and they all agreed that they would support Izuku through whatever challenges lay ahead, honoring their promise to Uncle Frank. As father and son played together, Kotaro threw a knife into the air, scoring a kill, and they celebrated their victory. In another scene, Toshinori presented Nana with a card that read, "Happy Mother's Day," which made her smile, though he felt embarrassed. Inko reflected on how amazing Nana seemed, wishing she could have met her. Them noted that Inko reminded her of Nana in many ways. Inko hoped that Nana was helping her grandson, and AM reassured her that she was indeed looking out for him. Izumi realized that Shiragaki was her cousin and wondered if Izuku had known this beforehand. AM explained that Izuku had been more concerned about Shiragaki and wanting to help him, which clarified his motivations. They all resolved to save Shiragaki together. As they returned, Nizu informed them that Lady Nagant was coming back. Momo questioned why she couldn't stay for a conversation, but Nizu explained that she would return only after completing her quest for revenge. Koda expressed his understanding of his father's reasoning, admitting that he too had wanted to kill Muscular when given the chance. Mandalay cautioned him against killing, but Koda insisted that Muscular needed to pay for his actions. Kyoko wondered why the USA had not captured Muscular when he was there, suggesting they might ask him directly. The conversation shifted as Kinoko Komori chose a song, "False Pretense," which played as Izuku and his uncle Eren arrived at a gym. Kirishima excitedly anticipated a workout song, and Tetsutetsu encouraged everyone to get moving. The music began, and the crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku took the stage, his voice resonating with energy. He captivated the audience, singing about a girl who shone like a diamond, someone who was timeless and never went out of style. The atmosphere was electric, filled with excitement as he expressed his longing to make her smile, comparing his feelings to the legendary artists of the past. As he continued, he painted a picture of romance, mentioning roses and serenades, all delivered with a touch of classic charm. He envisioned himself as a gentleman, bringing glamour back, and even imagined walking her down the aisle. The crowd was entranced, swept away by his heartfelt performance. Miles joined him on stage, wearing shades and bringing his own flair to the performance. He celebrated the girl's uniqueness, likening her to stars from different decades, from the 40s to the 80s. Together, they created a nostalgic atmosphere, reminiscing about the beauty of the past while celebrating the present. The performance concluded with Izuku thanking the audience, while Miles playfully referred to himself and Izuku as cinnamon roll and dark chocolate. The playful banter continued as they left the stage, leaving the crowd buzzing with excitement. In a quieter moment, Inko approached Izuku and his sister, Izumi, with curiosity about their family. Izuku expressed his disdain for their father, whom he referred to as a monster, revealing the painful truth that their father had killed their mother upon discovering Izuku's existence. Izumi was shocked, struggling to comprehend why they had never known about Izuku. Izuku explained that he had sensed their father's quirk in New York City, which led him to discover his half-sister and the truth about his family. He revealed that their father was unaware of their meeting, and he had no intention of forming a relationship with him. The conversation turned serious as they discussed the dangers of their father's quirk and the insanity it could bring. Aizawa, intrigued, asked how Izuku had managed to navigate this challenge. Izuku hinted that he had found a way, but it was a personal journey he needed to undertake alone. Kyoka, curious about their connection, prompted Izuku to share how he had met his half-brother. Izuku recounted the moment he had encountered Izuka, who had approached him after a conversation with their father. The initial shock of discovering he had a brother was overwhelming for both of them. They bonded over their shared experiences and frustrations regarding their father, finding solace in their newfound connection. As they shared stories, laughter filled the air, and they began to understand each other better. Izuka revealed that he had 4 girls in his life, and Izuku admitted to having a similar situation. Their camaraderie grew as they embraced their sibling bond, sharing moments of joy and laughter. The conversation shifted back to the serious topic of their father's actions and the implications of his identity. Izuka explained that the authorities were aware of their father's whereabouts, but there were complexities involving international relations and deals made with the United Nations. He detailed how their father had worked for them, using his skills to protect Izuku, ensuring he would be safe from harm. The revelations left a lasting impact on Izuku and his sister, as they processed the weight of their family history and the challenges that lay ahead. The bond between the siblings had grown stronger, setting the stage for their journey together in a world filled with uncertainty. The 3 of them had been granted diplomatic immunity, a situation that Nizu explained with a knowing nod. One of them had money, and they had been compensated for their previous jobs, using some of it to invest, spend, or anonymously donate. Inko, concerned, asked about the well-being of a certain individual after a tragic event. Izuku shared the heartbreaking news of Frank's death, revealing how deeply he had cared for him, like a father. Frank had been an extraordinary man whose life had been shattered by the loss of his wife and son. His path had once been one of destruction, but meeting Izuku had changed him, allowing them both to save each other from their respective downfalls. Izumi, feeling the weight of the conversation, acknowledged her past actions. Izuka, while not fully agreeing with her choices, reminded her that she had been a child and that she needed to accept Izuku's decisions. He then embraced Eri, who introduced herself as Izuku's little brother's princess. Izuka marveled at her cuteness, joking that it must be a crime to be that adorable. He inquired about how Izuku had met her, leaving the explanation for later. Izuka decided it was best to leave the situation to Izuku and prepared to visit him. Inko and the others wanted to accompany him, but Izuka explained that he could only teleport himself and that their presence might hinder Izuku's mission. He mentioned that only one member of the Sinister Six remained, having just killed Mysterio. The group was taken aback by this revelation, and Izuka departed, leaving Nizu to suggest everyone take the rest of the night to rest or do as they pleased. Inko expressed her concern for Izuku's safety. The next morning, Izuku was awakened by Kotaro, who was hungry. Not wanting to disturb his girlfriend, he quietly got up to prepare breakfast for his son and himself. As he sipped his coffee, he watched Kotaro enjoy scrambled eggs. Izuka soon arrived, greeting his younger brother and inquiring about Kurumi's recent childbirth. He explained that he had visited UA to gauge their reaction to the deal with the United Nations, noting their concern for Izuku's well-being. Izuku was surprised by their worry, but Izuka reassured him that their fears were genuine. He pointed out that Izuku had adopted another child, introducing Kotaro as his son. Izuka, now an uncle, acknowledged that he had children of his own. They discussed the burden of power and the responsibility it entailed, with Izuka encouraging Izuku to embrace his abilities. After a brief conversation, Izuka took his leave, promising to see Izuku later. As Izuku's girlfriend emerged, unaware of their earlier discussion, they settled down for breakfast. Kotaro proudly declared that his father had made the food, prompting playful banter among the group about who should have fed him. Izuku suggested they spend the day together, showing Kotaro around. The girls agreed, and Izuku prepared Kotaro in a stylish outfit, both of them looking cool as they set out for their adventure. Their first stop was the zoo, where Kotaro excitedly pointed out the tall giraffes. They enjoyed watching the animals, and at the gorilla exhibit, Izuku and Kotaro playfully imitated gorilla sounds, delighting both the animals and the crowd. The staff, who had previously been unfriendly, were taken aback by the family's charm. At the aquarium, Izuku's good looks drew attention from the staff, but he politely declined their advances, reminding them of his commitment to his 4 girlfriends. As they moved to the petting zoo, baby animals flocked around Kotaro, who joyfully embraced the moment. The cuteness of the scene elicited affectionate reactions from the group. Afterward, they decided to grab lunch at a nearby cafeteria, ordering from McDonald's. During their meal, Gwen asked Izuku about revealing the truth behind his survival. He acknowledged that it was time for the truth to come out, especially since they had already heard the Song of the Immortals. He mentioned sending a voicemail to Nizu for Izumi and confirmed that Inko was Nana's daughter. MJ inquired about Tenko, and Izuku expressed his intention to confront him, believing he could help him understand his quirk. He planned to visit Tenko upon returning to Japan, as he was expecting Izuku and wanted to talk. Gwen offered support, asking if he wanted them to accompany him. Izuku felt a weight on his shoulders as he considered the conversation he needed to have. He wanted to protect his family, especially his children, from any danger. Felicia, however, reassured him that if he needed them, they would be there to support him. Grateful for their loyalty, he finished his meal, and they all decided to head out to the shopping district to buy some clothes. Kotaro, wanting to spend time with his father, eagerly followed him. As they walked, Izuku turned to his uncle, Yoichi, expressing his uncertainty about a risky plan he was contemplating. Yoichi reminded him of the dangers involved, recalling how it had nearly cost his brother his life. Izuku acknowledged the risks but felt compelled to try. Nana, another family member, offered her support, promising to share in the pain of whatever lay ahead. The group agreed to stand by Izuku, and he thanked them for their unwavering support. After 2 hours of shopping, they returned home, where Eren and Miles were waiting with important news. They had located Dr. Octopus but faced a significant challenge. Anti-venom had taken over his body, complicating their mission to retrieve a crucial ring. Izuku was determined to find a way to confront this new threat and learn that the enemy was hiding in an abandoned warehouse near the Brooklyn Bridge. He decided that he, Eren, and Miles would go after him, while Gwen and Rogue would stay behind to look after Kotaro. Izuku promised to return safely, and they planned their attack for the following day. As they prepared for the confrontation, Eren mentioned the need to plan for his brother's funeral, which weighed heavily on everyone. Izuku checked in on Miles, who was struggling but assured him of his support. With that, they left to spend a quiet evening with their family. Meanwhile, Izumi confronted Katsuki and Shoto about their intentions to speak with Castle. Despite their insistence that it was a private matter, Izumi was determined to protect Castle from any harm. Katsuki and Shoto reassured her that their intentions were peaceful, and after some hesitation, she reluctantly agreed to let them proceed, warning them against any aggression. In another part of the building, AM shared photos of Inko's mother, sparking a heartfelt conversation. Inko admired her mother's beauty and expressed her wish to have met her. AM reminded her that her mother had made difficult choices to protect her family, and they reflected on the good that had come from those choices, particularly the bond between Izuku and Izumi. Gran Torino, present during the conversation, clarified that he had never viewed Inko's mother romantically, seeing her more like a sister. As they returned to the auditorium, they found everyone engaged in lively discussions. Eri asked Mirio if her father would be coming home soon, and he hoped for the best. Nijire reassured Eri that her father would return with her mother's. Kota, however, joked about avoiding any embarrassing outfits his mothers might want him to wear. Nizu, the organizer, announced that only a couple of songs were left to perform. Eri excitedly prepared to choose a song, and Denki humorously warned that if it was inappropriate, they would face Izuku's wrath. Mirio offered to help Eri select a song, and she chose Fireflies, a piece that reminded her of Izuku teaching her to play. As the music played, Eri beamed with pride, having successfully completed the song, and Izuku praised her achievement, promising to play a song for her as well. As the music began, a sense of wonder filled the air. The imagery of 10 million fireflies lighting up the world as someone fell asleep painted a vivid picture. The fireflies would fill the open air, leaving teardrops everywhere, and while it might seem rude, the observer would simply stand and stare, wishing to believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It was difficult to admit that staying awake while asleep felt preferable, as everything was never quite as it seemed. The dreamer imagined receiving 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs, who attempted to teach them how to dance. A foxtrot danced above their head, while a sock hop took place beneath the bed, and a disco ball hung precariously by a thread. The longing to believe in the slow turning of the earth persisted, even as the dreamer struggled with insomnia, leaving the door open just a crack, yearning to be taken away from the reality of counting sheep when far too tired to fall asleep. The dreamer felt a sense of oddity in hating goodbyes, becoming misty-eyed as the fireflies bid farewell. Yet, they knew where to find several of them if dreams turned bizarre, having saved a few and kept them in a jar. The wish to believe in the slow rotation of the earth lingered, as did the struggle to stay awake amidst the dreams bursting at the seams. As the music faded, Eri yawned, prompting Izuku to suggest it was time for her to go to bed. Eri agreed, calling him Daddy. Mirio commented on the amazing song, and Eri proudly declared it was her father's work. Niza then selected a name, Kuji Koda, who, shyly, chose a song to share with Ida. Ida announced that Koda had picked a song titled, That's What I Like, and as the music played, Izuku walked in front of the camera, capturing the moment. The song's upbeat rhythm filled the air, describing a life of luxury and enjoyment. It spoke of a condo in Manhattan, inviting someone special to join in the fun. The lyrics painted a picture of carefree moments, from beach houses in Miami to romantic dinners, emphasizing the joy of sharing experiences. The singer expressed a longing to make someone happy, promising gold jewelry and strawberry champagne, highlighting the thrill of adventure and connection. As the song concluded, Izuku expressed his enjoyment of the performance, and Frank agreed. Miles noted that the dancing lessons were paying off, while Mina eagerly anticipated asking Izuku to dance when he returned home. The others chimed in, sharing their enthusiasm. Eri remarked on Izuku's dancing skills, recalling their time at Disneyland, where she had dressed as Snow White and Izuku as a prince. Mirio reminisced about the day, explaining how they had received tickets from Nizu to take Eri to Disneyland, where she had danced with Izuku, attracting attention from others. As the evening progressed, the scene shifted to a Monday evening where Izuku, Miles, and Eren prepared to comfort Anti-Venom, who had taken over Octavius's body. Izuku was getting ready when he was approached by his son, Kotaro. Kotaro expressed his concern, reminding Izuku to be safe. Izuku reassured him, asking if he could stay with his mothers. Kotaro agreed, and with a sense of pride, Izuku encouraged him as they left to find the mothers in the living room. Handing Kotaro to MJ, Izuku promised to be careful. Eren confirmed they were ready, and with Miles, they set off, leaving the apartment as Izuku mentally prepared for the challenges ahead. As Izuku stepped forward, he found himself facing two glowing orbs. He turned to see the past users of One for All surrounding him. Yuichi inquired if Izuku was certain about combining both quirks. Izuku affirmed his decision, acknowledging the consequences that came with it. Banjo warned him of the implications, and Nana expressed her concern, urging him not to proceed. Despite their warnings, Izuku felt compelled to embrace this path, knowing deep down that it was inevitable. Meanwhile, in the outside world, they arrived at their destination, landing on the rooftops. Izuku began to formulate a plan, but before he could finish his thought, tentacles emerged from the shadows, ensnaring them and dragging them into a nearby warehouse, slamming them to the ground. Izuku cursed under his breath as he recognized the presence of Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom revealed his motives, admitting that he had eliminated Dr. Octavius because he was not following orders. Miles, filled with anger, labeled Anti-Venom a monster, to which Anti-Venom proudly agreed, stating that chaos was his goal. He explained that Kingpin had promised him greater power if he succeeded in eliminating them. Izuku demanded to know Kingpin's whereabouts, but Anti-Venom refused to divulge any information. In a moment of determination, Ikki activated full cowling at 45%, and Izuku charged at Anti-Venom, landing a punch. However, Anti-Venom retaliated by seizing Izuku's leg and slamming him to the ground. Miles attempted to assist with his web shooters, while Eren bravely slashed at Antivenom's tentacles, only for them to regenerate instantly. Antivenom boasted about his strength, and Eren vowed to defeat him, seeking revenge for the loss of his brother, the Punisher. Antivenom challenged them to try. In a moment of fierce resolve, Izuku executed a German suplex on Antivenom, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches. However, Antivenom managed to grab Izuku by the head, taunting him about his perceived weakness and the failure to save the Punisher. With a swift motion, Antivenom hurled Izuku against a wall, leaving him trapped beneath the rubble. Miles and Eren expressed their fury, vowing that Antivenom would pay for his actions. In the dream world, Izuku stood before the two orbs once more, feeling the weight of his choices. He was visited by the spirit of his father, Frank, who encouraged him to embrace the transformation, assuring him that while he might lose his humanity, his spirit would remain intact. Izuku steeled himself for the pain that lay ahead, ready to merge the powers of all for one and one for all. As the two forces combined, Izuku screamed in agony, but visions of his loved ones filled his mind, his friends, family, and mentors, all encouraging him to fight on. The memories of joyful moments and bonds shared fueled his determination, and he let out a primal scream as the pain subsided. When it did, he emerged transformed, stronger and more powerful than ever. Izuku, sensing the change, smiled in approval. Izuku, now brimming with newfound strength, marveled at the transformation of his eyes, which glowed with a bright blue hue. Frank congratulated him on his achievement and urged him to use his power wisely. As the battle resumed, Izuku swiftly intervened, kicking Antivenom away and freeing Eren and Miles, who gasped for air. With renewed vigor, Izuku dashed toward Antivenom, skillfully dodging attacks and seizing his head. He declared that while Antivenom's outer form was strong, the host's body was already dead, and he would destroy it with decay. As Izuku unleashed his decay on Octavius's body, Antivenom began to lose his form, reverting to a gooey state. Izuku captured him in a jar and noticed a ring, which he took. He removed his mask, confirming his resolve to his friends. They were astonished by his transformation and the implications of his new state. Izuku explained that he was no longer considered human, but his spirit remained that of one. Emma, his mother, embraced him, affirming her support. With all 6 rings in his possession, Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment. As they contemplated their next steps, Eren suggested they figure out how to use the rings effectively. Feeling fatigued from the intense battle and transformation, Izuku announced his intention to take a nap. Emma used her telekinesis to help him to bed, where Kotaro joined him, quickly falling asleep. The girls decided to huddle with them for a nap, while Eren examined the rings, pondering their potential. The chapter concluded, leaving the characters poised for their next adventure. Izumi felt a sense of unease about what Katsuki and Shoto might do next. Mina reminded everyone that Midori often managed to handle them when they got on his nerves. However, Izumi expressed concern that if they pushed him too far, Midori could react without mercy. Ochako doubted that he would go that far, especially in front of Eri or Koda. As they rushed toward the auditorium, they noticed Lady Nagant entering the building, prompting Inko to greet her. Nizu acknowledged her presence, and she confirmed her return. Inko, eager to know about her son, asked if he was happy with Katsuki and Shoto. Lady Nagant assured her that he was indeed very happy, especially during their time together. The group learned that Midori had adopted a child named Kotaro, a toddler who had lost his parents to the villain Vulture. The revelation shocked everyone, with Eri and Koda expressing their surprise about having a new sibling. Inko was thrilled at the idea of having a grandson, while Koda mentioned his reluctance to wear sailor outfits, recalling nightmares associated with them. Curiosity about Vulture's current situation arose, and AM humorously suggested that he was being tortured by Frank Castle. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Frank had Vulture chained up and was subjecting him to a gruesome fate involving piranhas. Back at UA, Nizu invited Lady Nagant to join them for the next activity. He announced that they would listen to 4 more songs that day. The students cheered in response. The next performer was Sin Kaibara, who approached the disc to select a song. After some searching, he found one he liked and shared its title, Smile for Me. As the music played, Izuku emerged, wearing makeup that resembled a notorious monster from decades past. Nizu was taken aback by his choice of costume and explained the dark history of the character, a psychotic killer known for his ruthless methods. Izumi questioned why Midori would choose to dress as such a figure, but Nizu admitted he was unsure of the reasoning. Miles, witnessing Izuku's transformation, expressed disbelief at his decision. Izuku explained that he needed to delve into the mindset of another monster to better understand himself. Miles accepted this reasoning, albeit with some hesitation. As the music began, Izuku focused intently on his training. He practiced punching the heavy bags that his uncle held, determined to improve his skills. With each strike, he felt the weight of his efforts, pushing himself to let go of past doubts. Next, Izuku attempted to throw a brick, though it didn't go very far. His uncle demonstrated the proper technique, effortlessly sending the brick soaring beyond Izuku's reach. This moment reminded him of how unpredictable life could be, especially when friends could turn against you. Despite the challenges, Izuku refused to lose faith in what he believed in. He continued his training, hitting the bag with his left fist, though he struggled to lift his leg high enough for a proper kick. After a brief stumble, he climbed halfway up a ladder, determined to reach new heights. His perseverance was evident, even when faced with setbacks. Izuku and his friend Miles engaged in a playful exercise, tossing dumbbells into the air and catching them with the other hand. They shared a moment of laughter even as they attempted to eat raw eggs, which Miles quickly spat out in disgust. Their camaraderie was a source of strength, even amidst the challenges of training. As the others departed, Izuku remained, focusing on his stretches to enhance his flexibility. He placed his leg on Miles' shoulder, working together to improve their skills. Despite the difficulties, he felt a sense of triumph in his progress. Izuku continued to train hard, punching his uncle's stomach without causing him any pain. His uncle responded with a punch of his own, reminding Izuku of the intensity of their training sessions. Even as he faced challenges, Izuku remained undeterred, pushing himself to keep going. At home, Izuku performed push-ups, with one of his friends sitting on his bag, adding to the challenge. He found joy in his training, throwing a heavy object further than before and climbing the ladder all the way to the top. Each achievement fueled his determination. As he practiced SBMs and moves, he felt a rush of satisfaction when he made his opponent tap out. The thrill of training was palpable, and he reveled in the feeling of power that came with each kick and punch. His uncle's presence and guidance were invaluable, helping him grow stronger. The training session concluded with Izuku kicking high into the air, striking a wooden plank with precision. He felt exhilarated, ready to take on any challenge that came his way. After the session, Izuku caught his breath, feeling accomplished. His uncle praised him for his efforts, and Miles joined in, celebrating their progress together. The boys expressed their enthusiasm, eager to continue their training. Kirishima announced his intention to ask Izuku for training tips, and Tetsutetsu quickly followed suit, with others expressing their interest as well. Their admiration for Izuku's dedication was clear. Amidst the camaraderie, Endeavor acknowledged Eren's role as a supportive uncle, recognizing the positive influence he had on Izuku's life. Masaru agreed, noting that Eren's presence was a significant boost for Izuku. As the group moved on, Nizu called for the next participant in their training session. Fumikage Tokoyami stepped forward, ready to showcase his skills. He selected a suitcase and chose a song featuring his brother Miles, titled Classic. The atmosphere shifted as Fumikage played the song, revealing Izuku and Miles performing in front of a crowd at a high school talent show. The excitement in the air was palpable as the principal introduced them, and the curtains opened to reveal the two friends in suits, ready to entertain. As the music began to play, Izuku welcomed everyone to his mind, describing it as a carnival of madness where time was running out, and he could sense the sadness surrounding them. He urged them to smile, even as the atmosphere grew darker. In his thoughts, he felt the thrill of the chase, wondering if he was getting closer to the truth. The punchline of his internal struggle was something he had long anticipated, and he aimed to take their breath away. He was shrouded in insanity and crowned in despair, yet he sought a connection, inviting them to meet him halfway. He pondered why everyone seemed so serious, questioning what lay behind their expressions. The carnival of madness continued, with the pressure mounting as he sensed their unease. Meanwhile, Miles observed Izuku with a sad smile, noting that he wasn't afraid. This revelation stirred concern among their friends, who were curious about what truly occupied Izuku's mind. They wondered if they were strong enough to bear the weight of his burdens. Nizu commented on the fearsome nature of both All For One and Midoriya, suggesting they were even more terrifying than the Joker. Aizawa offered to take over the conversation, and Nizu gladly accepted. Aizawa then called upon 13 to take her turn. 13 approached the remaining songs, searching for one that resonated with her. She selected a track titled, We Owned It, and played it, watching as Izuku and Miles began to move to the rhythm. As the music filled the air, Izuku introduced himself, and Miles followed suit. They spoke of their motivations, emphasizing the importance of family and the choices they had made. They faced challenges head-on, never fearing death or failure, believing that only God could judge them. They were determined to seize the moment, fully aware of the risks involved. The song captured their spirit, highlighting their loyalty to one another and their commitment to overcoming obstacles together. They had been through thick and thin, always standing by each other, ready to confront any challenges that came their way. As the music concluded, Miles expressed his excitement about the performance, and Izuku agreed, acknowledging the thrill of the moment. Their friends cheered, impressed by the display of camaraderie and talent. Kirishima noted the impressive handshake shared between the two, while Eri proudly declared that she had many cool uncles. Nijire affirmed Eri's statement, and Denki suggested they should be grateful for Miles, who had helped bridge the gap with Castle, given his past traumas. Ida surprisingly agreed, while Fumikage and Koda nodded in affirmation. Aizawa then announced that they had 2 more songs left for the day and called upon Lady Nagant to take her turn. Lady Nagant approached the remaining songs, searching for one that resonated with her. She finally chose a track that was in Spanish, prompting Nizu to translate its title, I Fell in Love with You. As the song played, they found themselves standing in front of an empty theater, ready to embrace the moment. As the music played softly in the background, Izuku stood in front of the bathroom mirror, examining his reflection. He felt a surge of confidence as he admired his appearance, noting that he looked quite good. His friends, Gwen, MJ, Rogue, and Felicia, offered their compliments, particularly highlighting how his unique white and green hair enhanced his appeal. Izuku appreciated their kind words, especially considering the recent turmoil involving his mother and Kotaro. Rogue shared troubling news about Wolverine's reaction to the situation, expressing concern over his longing for revenge. Izuku had already taken decisive action against Kotaro, but he wondered about Deadpool's whereabouts. Gwen voiced her unease about Deadpool's comment regarding pets for their children, and Felicia hoped they were not dangerous. The group dressed in their hero costumes and joined Miles, who was preparing breakfast. They quickly grabbed their meals before discussing their next steps. Izuku and Miles contemplated how to locate Kingpin using the rings they had. Izuku believed there was a connection between the rings and Kingpin's whereabouts. He was determined to confront Kingpin head-on, rejecting any offers of assistance from the professor, knowing that he needed to handle this himself. As they examined the rings, Izuku noticed a sequence of numbers and quickly recorded them. When he entered the coordinates into his phone, his expression shifted to one of anger as he realized the location was where his father had been killed. The group was taken aback by the revelation, and Izuku, fueled by grief and rage, finished his breakfast and urged everyone to move. They set off for the abandoned hospital, where Izuku had once faced a formidable foe. As he swung through the city, memories flooded back to him. In a flashback, Izuku and his team, at the age of 16, battled Scorpion. They had successfully defeated him, but Scorpion taunted them about the Punisher's fate. Izuku's determination led him to investigate an abandoned hospital where he found his father, the Punisher, lying lifeless on the ground. Overcome with sorrow, Izuku cradled his father, mourning the loss of the man who had given him a second chance at life. Returning to the present, The group arrived at the hospital, where they encountered a gathering of villains. Izuku, driven by vengeance, launched himself into battle, swiftly taking down adversaries as his friends joined the fray. Miles encouraged Izuku to focus on ending the conflict once and for all. Izuku leaped through a window, making his way to the location where his father had been killed. As he searched the area, he discovered a hidden wall concealing a metal elevator door. With sheer force, he pried it open and descended into the depths of the building, determined to confront Kingpin. As he navigated the corridors, Izuku called out for Kingpin, expressing his frustration and anger. He encountered Alistair Smythe, who had been training to defeat him. However, Izuku swiftly ended Smythe's threat, continuing his search for Kingpin. Finally, he kicked open a door to find Kingpin waiting for him. Kingpin welcomed Izuku to his hideout, but Izuku was resolute in his intent to bring him to justice. The confrontation escalated as Kingpin attacked, and a symbiote began to form around him. Izuku prepared for the fight of his life, determined to avenge his father and put an end to Kingpin's reign of terror. The battle was fierce, with Izuku dodging attacks and retaliating with his own, fueled by a mix of grief and determination. Izuku's suit was torn, a testament to the fierce battle he had just endured. He faced Pin, who taunted him with a dismissive farewell. Izuku was determined to prove him wrong. Summoning his Niva, he struck his guitar, producing a resonating echo that caused Riot to scream in agony. With a powerful kick, Izuku sent Pin soaring upward, crashing into the hospital's main lobby. He confronted Pin, vowing to settle the score for the pain inflicted on his father, the Punisher. Pin attempted to deflect blame, claiming that All for One had sent him. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted that Pin would face his wrath first. Transforming his weapon into a scythe, he began to strike at Pin, each blow electrifying the air around them and incapacitating his opponent. Using Momo's quirk, he created metal pipes, clashing them together to amplify the sound. Riot screams filled the air as Pin was forced to retreat. Izuku encircled Pin with the pipes, moving swiftly and striking the metal to keep him contained. With a surge of determination, he pulled Pin from his hiding place and crafted grenades. He hurled one at Riot, effectively ending the threat. Turning his attention back to Pin, who was attempting to crawl away, Izuku seized him by the shoulder and slammed him against the wall. As he approached, he reflected on the nearly 3 years he had waited for this moment, vowing that Pin would pay for his actions. Pin, defiant, encouraged Izuku to do his worst. Izuku had every intention of doing just that. With a swift motion, he used his spider legs to stab Pin through the heart, splitting him in half. Satisfied, he walked away, knowing he had avenged his father. Outside, his friends awaited him. Gwen asked if he was okay, and he reassured them that he was. Miles inquired about Pin's fate, and Izuku simply stated he was in hell. MJ offered him support, suggesting it was okay to break down now. Overwhelmed, Izuku dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he screamed in relief, finally having avenged the man who had been taken from him. He knew this was a turning point, allowing him to move forward. Determined to return home, he expressed his longing to leave the following day, excited to introduce his friends to Eri. They shared light-hearted banter about how spoiled she would be by the 4 of them. Suddenly, Izuku emerged from a portal, asking Izuku how it felt to achieve his revenge. Izuku responded that it felt incredibly satisfying. As they returned home, sirens echoed in the distance, but Izuku felt a surge of excitement about being back. The next day marked a break from listening to Izuku's music, with everyone in Class 1A engaging in conversation. Eri and Koda were busy with their own activities. Mirio and Mandalay approached them, curious about what they were doing. Koda explained they were practicing for their little brother. Eri wondered if their grandfather would be proud of them, and Mirio assured her he would be delighted to have them as grandchildren. Meanwhile, in a different realm, Frank Castle stood before the gates of hell, waiting for Overhaul and Muscular, eager to confront them for the pain they had caused his family. Back with Inko and her companions, she inquired about her older brother. They revealed that he had never been adopted and had lived in an orphanage until he was old enough to fend for himself. It became clear that he harbored a deep resentment toward heroes. Inko lamented that if she had known about him, she would have sought him out. They discussed their longing to help him, especially after learning about his connection to Shirogaki, whom they wanted to save. Meanwhile, Izumi and her friends reflected on their complicated relationship with Izuku. They discussed the attempts of their brothers to communicate with him, but he remained distant. Katsumi expressed her fears that Izuku might hurt Aiken, while Izumi noted that Izuku had consistently bested Aiken in their encounters. They realized they needed to change their approach if they wanted to earn Izuku's forgiveness, understanding that their previous names for him could only drive him further away. As they silently cried, they recognized the gravity of their actions and the potential loss of their chance to be with him. Breaking his spirit and body over time was a recurring theme. Izumi expressed their intention to do the same with Castle, acknowledging that it might hurt them but believing that as long as he was happy, everything would be fine. This positive outlook was shared among the group, and they spent the rest of the day relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Inko listened intently as Gigi shared stories about her mother from her youth, while Eri and Koda learned from Mandalay how to care for a toddler. Mandalay noted their eagerness to learn, and Koda, the oldest, felt a responsibility to grow stronger. Eri echoed this sentiment, emphasizing their duty to protect their younger siblings. The thought of having children with Izuku made the group blush, reflecting their deep feelings for him. Inko received a phone call and answered it. Hisashi's voice came through, and he demanded to speak on speakerphone. He revealed shocking news. Izuku had killed Dr. Octavius, also known as Antivenom. This revelation stunned everyone, as Hisashi explained that Izuku now possessed the 6 rings and would soon confront Kingpin, leading him down a dark path. Hisashi's laughter echoed ominously as he proclaimed his plans would soon come to fruition. Inko was furious, calling Hisashi a bastard, but he dismissed her anger, claiming that Izuku would become a killer and his successor, alongside his cousin. An argument ensued, with AM defending Izuku's true heroism, despite Hisashi's claims of Izuku's numerous kills. The group was left in shock at the number of lives taken. Hisashi taunted them, questioning their willingness to stand by Izuku after everything he had done. They affirmed their loyalty, but Hisashi's laughter left them uneasy. After the call ended, they exchanged glances, recalling Izuku's warm smile that had drawn them to him in the first place. Eri reassured them that her father would not become a monster, reminding them of the promise he had made to her, a promise sealed with a pinky swear. Nijire agreed, reinforcing Eri's conviction. As the scene shifted to Tuesday morning, everyone gathered in the auditorium, their concern for Izuku palpable. He had just defeated the Sinister Six, and now nothing stood in his way of confronting Kingpin. Nizu addressed the group, acknowledging their worries but suggesting they distract themselves with music. The group agreed, and Nizu decided to choose Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba to select the next song. Tsuburaba approached the remaining songs and randomly picked one titled, Sugar, featuring Miles and a girl named Shuri. The staff reacted with surprise upon hearing Shuri's name, prompting Izumi to ask who she was. Endeavor explained that she was the younger sister of King T'Challa, the king of Wakanda, which left everyone in awe. Eri's eyes sparkled at the thought of a princess, and Tsuburaba began to play the song, showcasing Miles and Shuri in the booth while Izuku waited outside, ready to join them. As the music played, Shuri felt the rhythm pulse through her. She reveled in the sweetness of her lips, likening them to candy that captivated those around her. She believed that her charm was irresistible, and she enjoyed the attention it brought. Her confidence radiated, and she felt like a treat that everyone wanted to savor. Miles, on the other hand, was captivated by Shuri's allure. He had a playful spirit and a sweet tooth, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. He admired her beauty and found himself enchanted by her presence. The chemistry between them was palpable, and he felt an urgent longing to express his feelings. He envisioned moments filled with laughter and sweetness, where their connection deepened with every shared glance. As the music continued, Shuri and Miles exchanged glances filled with unspoken words. Their attraction was undeniable, and they both felt a rush of excitement. Shuri's lips were like sugar, and Miles couldn't help but be drawn to her sweetness. He imagined a world where they could indulge in their feelings without hesitation, where every moment together was a celebration of their connection. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Izuku watched the scene unfold with admiration. He found the dynamic between Shuri and Miles intriguing and felt a sense of camaraderie with them. He appreciated the joy they brought to each other and felt inspired by their playful banter. Kirishima, observing from a distance, wondered just how many connections Izuku had made. Denki chimed in, suggesting that Izuku seemed to know a lot of people. Kyoka commented on Shuri's beauty, while Nizu acknowledged her intelligence, admitting that she was even smarter than him. There was a light-hearted tension in the air as they discussed Shuri, and Nizu reassured everyone that he had no intentions of pursuing her, recalling a warning from her father. As the group continued to enjoy the music, Shota prepared to choose the next song. He selected one that Miles had sung, titled Trading Places, and noted that it might not be suitable for younger listeners. Eri and Koda expressed their curiosity, but Mandalay reminded Koda to be mindful of the content. Reluctantly, Koda agreed to use noise-canceling headphones while the song played. Miles leaned toward Izuku, excited to share the essence of the song. He described it as a celebration of a woman taking charge and treating her boyfriend with affection. Izuku was eager to hear more, intrigued by the themes of empowerment and love that the song promised to convey. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they prepared to dive into the music and the stories it told. The music began to play as the scene unfolded. A young woman was preparing to leave, feeling unappreciated by her partner on what should have been a special occasion. She packed her designer luggage and reached for her phone, hoping to catch a flight. She knew one thing for certain: she could rely on a friend who would always be there for her whenever she needed him. At home, she had her partner, but as soon as she arrived at her destination, she would be with someone who truly understood her. Things had changed since she met this friend a few months ago. She no longer felt satisfied in her current relationship. Although he wasn't the wealthiest person, he was someone who was in the game and willing to support her as long as she remained honest with him. He assured her that he would be there whenever she called, regardless of what others thought. He could be her best friend, and she could be his confidant. He was straightforward about his feelings, promising that if he succeeded, they would both enjoy the benefits. As she contemplated her situation, she realized how obvious it was that she was trying to fit him into her life while struggling with her current partner. The appealing surroundings reminded her of the freedom she craved. She longed for a life where she could enjoy simple pleasures, like waking up to a peaceful morning and cooking breakfast without the weight of her relationship holding her back. She knew that if she chose to be with him, she would find excitement and adventure. No matter where they were, he promised he would always be there for her. He had been there from the beginning, and he would continue to be a constant presence in her life. All she had to do was reach out, and he would come running. Meanwhile, a group of friends was gathered, eagerly anticipating the return of one of their own. They were excited to reunite with him after a significant event. As they waited, they shared their own thoughts and feelings about the upcoming reunion. Suddenly, a portal opened, and a figure emerged. It was Izuku, who announced that Izuku had just defeated a formidable enemy. Concerned for their friend, they learned that he had been emotional after avenging his father and would be returning soon. Everyone prepared themselves for his arrival, wondering what they would say when he came back home. As the group got ready, Izuku was busy making arrangements for his children to meet their siblings. He was excited to introduce them and wanted everything to be perfect. He picked up his youngest child, ready to embark on this new chapter of their lives together. Back in Japan, the friends of Izuku were anxiously waiting for him to return. Eri and Kotaro were particularly eager, asking repeatedly when their father would arrive. Mirio, trying to keep their spirits up, urged them to be patient. Just then, a portal opened, and Gwen stepped through, followed by others who greeted each other warmly. When Izuku finally emerged, he looked different. His eyes were two distinct colors, and his hair was half white and half another color. Scars adorned his face, telling a story of battles fought. The moment he stepped through, Eri and Kotaro rushed to him, and he scooped them up in his arms, feeling a wave of love and pride. As they embraced, Izuku introduced his children to their grandmother, who welcomed them with open arms. Eri complimented her, and Kotaro happily greeted her as well. The warmth of family filled the air as they all hugged, and Izuku felt a sense of joy seeing his children bond so quickly with their extended family. In that moment, everything felt right, and he knew they were ready to face whatever came next together. Izuku smiled as he looked at his mother, Inko. She called out to him, and he responded with a comment about his appearance, which he deemed unattractive. Inko reassured him that he looked handsome. Nizu, the principal, approached Izuku, addressing him by his alias, Castle, and inquired about his well-being. Izuku replied that he was not overwhelmed by power, and Nizu acknowledged this. All Might confirmed that they were aware of the One for All power. Izuku revealed that his brother had informed All Might of a method to control his powers. He explained that he had combined his All for One 2.0 with One for All to create a single quirk. Aizawa, their teacher, pointed out that this came at a cost, and Izuku admitted that he had sacrificed something important to avoid losing control. When Inko asked what he had given up, Izuku revealed that he had lost his humanity. This revelation shocked everyone, especially Izumi, who began to cry, feeling guilty for the situation. Izuku comforted her, insisting that it was not her fault and that he had made his choice. Aizawa informed Izuku that they had learned about the mistreatment he had suffered from his twin sister and her friends and wanted him to know they were aware of it. Izuku pleaded with Aizawa not to expel them, despite the pain they had caused him. Emma, a close friend, explained that she and Frank had raised Izuku to not let personal feelings interfere with others' dreams. She mentioned her own struggles in controlling her anger towards Izuku's BRH mother, emphasizing the importance of being a better person. Eri, a young girl, innocently commented on Emma's wisdom, prompting Emma to express her affection for her granddaughter. Momo, another friend, mentioned that they had heard Izuku's songs about them, to which he responded that it was up to his girlfriends to decide about those songs. As the group discussed their feelings, Shoto and Katsuki approached Izuku, kneeling before him. They expressed their longing for their sisters, Shoka and Katsumi, to be part of his life again, acknowledging the hurt they had caused him. They offered to give up their quirks to show their sincerity. Izuku questioned their intentions, wondering what they would do if he refused. They admitted they would do nothing, which led Izuku to threaten them, demonstrating his power. Katsumi urged him not to listen to them, while Shoka acknowledged their wrongdoings and expressed their willingness to leave him alone to find happiness. Izumi echoed this sentiment, and Inko pleaded for a chance to reconnect with her son. All Might reminded Izuku of the importance of forgiveness, sharing his own painful experiences with his parents. Izuku agreed to give them one chance to rebuild their relationship. The group was surprised by this decision, and Inko expressed her gratitude. However, Izuku interrupted her, frustrated by their incessant chatter. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, Deadpool, who brought gifts for Izuku's children. Eri was excited to meet him, and he introduced her to Stitch, who had come to protect her. Eri hugged Stitch, and they shared a sweet moment. Deadpool then presented a dragon named Toothless to Kota, who was thrilled by the surprise. Kotaro received a cuddly bear named Blurian, which brought him joy. Nizu inquired about Izuku's plans moving forward, and Izuku affirmed that he still had a place among them. Miles, however, had to return to New York City, but he assured Izuku he would be safe and could reach out if needed. After a heartfelt farewell, Izuku's group prepared to visit Tartarus to confront All for One. As they arrived at the prison, Izuku greeted Japan's hero commissioner, who acknowledged him as the superior Spider-Man. Izuku was curious about the reason for their meeting, and the commissioner hinted that he had been instructed to allow Izuku to act freely. If Izuku wanted to cause chaos, he would do so without hesitation, and there was nothing anyone could do to change that. As they entered the facility, M was taken aback by the sudden silence from HC. They passed through security scans, and HC expressed concern about weapons. Izuku, surprised by the machine's operation, shrugged off the comment. HC's disdain for Izuku was evident, but Izuku remained unfazed. Emma, wanting to maintain decorum, urged him to stop cursing, to which he complied. As they walked through the jail cells, they noticed 3 women lying on the ground, seemingly asleep. AM inquired about the situation, and Izuku explained that he was absorbing their quirks to prevent any potential harm. Inko nodded in understanding as they approached AFO's cell. Izuku stepped inside, standing defiantly before his father, remarking on how being caged suited him. Fo was bewildered and demanded to know why Izuku was different from him. Izuku revealed that he had discovered a way to negate the quirks, much to Afo's disbelief. Izuku's brother, entered the conversation, revealing that he had been aware of Izuku's frequent trips to New York City. They had learned that combining their quirks with one for all could stop Afo's plans. Izuku confronted Afo about his control over Tenko and Kurogiri, declaring that it was time for Afo to lose that power. Afo protested, insisting he would escape and seek revenge, but Izuku had already arranged for Afo's transfer to the most secure prison in the world, El Dorado. The brothers exchanged a final challenge, confident in their victory. Inko confronted Hisashi, asserting that while he may have used her to have children, they were blessings, not curses, and they would choose their own paths in life. Izumi added that Hisashi was not her father, Toshinori Yagi was. Izuku echoed this sentiment, and AM expressed gratitude for his children. As they left, Afo's screams echoed behind them. Izuku then approached two more cells, where Muscular and Overhaul awaited. Muscular taunted Izuku, while Overhaul demanded his cure back. Izuku, resolute, used his black WHP to eliminate Muscular swiftly and then dealt with Overhaul, breaking his neck as well. He felt a sense of satisfaction from the act. AM questioned Izuku's decision regarding Kurogiri, and Izuku explained that he was Oboro Shikimori, a friend of Aizawa who had died. Now free from Afo's control, Izuku believed he could restore Kurogiri to his human self. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Overhaul and Muscular found themselves face to face with Frank Castle, also known as the Punisher. Fear gripped them as Frank revealed his connection to Izuku, stating that Eri and Koda were his grandchildren. The two villains attempted to flee, but Frank captured them, dragging them to his domain. Back in the living world, AM and Izuku conversed while Inko approached Emma, expressing her gratitude for being a mother figure to Izuku when she had failed. Emma assured Inko that she loved Izuku and wanted to be a part of his life. Inko warned Emma not to hurt Izuku again, and Emma affirmed her commitment to protect him. They decided it was time to return home, and everyone agreed. As they prepared to leave, Izuku was confronted by Stain, who acknowledged Izuku's unique heroism. Izuku thanked him, reiterating his belief in not killing those with a purpose in life. Stain approved of Izuku's stance. As they exited the prison, HC threatened Izuku, vowing to see him imprisoned one day. Izuku retorted that if he fell, HC would go down with him, especially for his actions against Lady Nagant. They left in a heated silence, while Emma laughed at how Izuku had handled HC. Upon arriving at school, they were greeted by the excited shouts of Koda and Kotaro, who rushed toward Izuku. They pointed out the matching sailor outfits that Gwen had prepared for them, prompting Izuku to panic and flee with his sons, determined to spare them that embarrassment. As they ran, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, and Rogue chased after them, eager to dress the boys up. Eri questioned why they disliked the outfits, while AM explained that it was different for boys. Emma joined in, expressing her longing to dress them up as well, and Inko agreed. 2 months had passed since Izuku's return, and during that time, significant changes had taken place. Izuku successfully saved Tenko with the help of GT and AM, ensuring he received the support he needed. Kurogiri had returned to being Oboro, bringing joy to his friends. Aizawa had accidentally agreed to marry Emi, and their wedding was on the horizon. Izuku's relationships with his mother and sister were improving, although he remained cautious. He had taken down HC for corruption and appointed Lady Nagant as the hero commissioner, marking a new chapter in his life. Izuku stood outside, facing Koda, who had just asked him a question. Koda expressed his longing to train with Izuku, just as his grandfather had done. He felt a sense of responsibility as the oldest of Izuku's children, wanting to protect his younger siblings. Izuku questioned Koda's readiness, but Koda insisted he was sure. Izuku agreed to train him but cautioned that the training would not be as intense as his own had been. He explained that their mothers, grandmothers, and aunt would not permit such rigorous training. Koda suggested they keep it a secret, but Izuku warned him that the others would find out. Just then, Gwen revealed that they had overheard the conversation, confirming Izuku's point. Despite the initial concern, Izuku reassured the girls that Kota would undergo simple training for now, with the promise of tougher challenges as he grew older. Kota then asked if he could at least fly with Toothless, to which Rogue allowed, but only around the school. Meanwhile, Eri was learning how to use Stitch's alien guns, which humorously resulted in Mineta losing some of his hair. Kotaro was peacefully sleeping beside Blurin, who was also dozing off. Izuku returned to the dorms with his 4 girlfriends, where he found the rest of the HRM waiting for him. Mirko informed him that they had spoken to his girlfriends, and they had all agreed to accept him. Momo asked if he would be their boyfriend, and he happily agreed. The HRM celebrated, taking turns to kiss him, which brought him joy. That night, Izuku found himself on the rooftop of the dorms, gazing at the stars. He reflected on his father's legacy, expressing gratitude for the wonderful life he had and the amazing people around him. He hoped his father was proud of who he had become and asked for his guidance from above. As he stood there, he felt a comforting presence on his shoulder. Raising his lighter, he sensed his father's spirit nearby, offering words of love and encouragement. Izuku smiled at the apparition, feeling a sense of connection before the spirit faded away. He turned to see his family waiting for him, assuring them that he was only seeking fresh air and not engaging in any harmful activities. Eri then asked if they could watch a movie, and he gladly agreed, feeling content in his life. In the epilogue, a decade had passed since Izuku graduated from UA, and he found himself back in New York City, standing before his father's gravestone. He wanted his father to meet his grandchildren, who approached him excitedly. Izuku explained to the kids that their grandfather was the man who had saved his life, emphasizing the importance of his father's legacy. The children listened attentively, and after leaving flowers at the grave, they began to walk away, eager to see their Uncle Miles. As they left, Izuku glanced back and saw his father's spirit smiling at him, which filled him with warmth. It was a moment of closure, and he felt ready to embrace his life fully. With a heartfelt goodbye, he acknowledged the journey he had taken from being an outcast to becoming the hero known as Superior Spider-Man. The music began, setting the stage for an evening filled with anticipation. The plan was to do something different that night. The excitement built as one character envisioned their partner arriving to pick them up in a car, knocking on the door and waiting patiently. The date promised to be special, with the partner opening the door and sharing a moment of connection. They would enjoy dinner together, followed by a movie, with whispers of affection exchanged in the dim light. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere grew more NTMT. The character imagined a playful exchange of roles, where they would SWCH places, experiencing a new dynamic in their relationship. The thrill of the night was palpable, with a promise of fun and spontaneity. They envisioned waking up the next morning to a breakfast spread, complete with pancakes, eggs, and fresh orange juice. The warmth of the morning sun filtering through the curtains added to the cozy scene. Plans for the day included shopping, where they would indulge in a little extravagance, spending money freely as a gesture of love. The excitement of renting a movie and ordering takeout added to the anticipation of the day ahead. The playful banter continued, with one character teasing the other about their eagerness to get back to their shared space. As the day unfolded, they found themselves in a whirlwind of activities, from washing the car to walking the dog, all while enjoying each other's company. The lightheartedness of their interactions created a bond that felt unbreakable. The characters reveled in their playful exchanges, embodying the essence of their relationship. The scene shifted as one character took the stage to share their own song choice, bringing the group back together. The energy in the room was infectious, with everyone eager to participate in the fun. The anticipation of what was to come next hung in the air, promising more laughter and connection among friends. The night was far from over, and the excitement continued to build as they prepared for the next round of music and camaraderie.